works. Go to YouTube and search 97.3 The Fan. And each and every day you can watch the program in all its glory. Today you won't see Tony Gwynn Jr. He is taking an all-star break of his own. He'll be off for the next few days. Frankly, don't blame him. I mean, this guy's doing 2 jobs a day for about 3.5 straight months. So, we are happy to give Tony a little break here.
I was pumped up about.
Are you not as happy about that? Or
when we all talked about it back in months ago, because usually we take off the All-Star break with them just to give ourselves a little bit of a mid-year break.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be doing too much stuff in August, right, to take days off, and so I didn't. And I'm kind of FOMO on the days off right now.
Yeah, I have some big activities planned for later in the year. So there was no way I was going to be able to take off this week. Evidently, you can't take off this week.
No.
But Tony could, and so it is left to you and I to discern what has happened to the San Diego Padres after that amazing 12-3 streak. One in which they won 5 games by walk-off. I think 4 of them on walk-off home runs. That doesn't even include the game where Manny hit the 2-run homer against Washington right after Profar got hit. The game, well, it's the same game, but Profar hit the grand slam.
Yep.
And there were so many exciting wins in that stretch. It was a memorable 2.5 weeks. But alas, the Padres have come crashing back to normality again. Losing 6 of their last 7 games, stumbling into the All-Star break at 50-49, and not even holding on to the final wild card spot in the National League. They've fallen a game behind, of all teams, the Mets. I mean, does anybody remember where the Mets were in about mid-May?
They were considered like maybe one of the worst teams.
They were easily
in baseball.
They were the most overpaid team in baseball. Their owner, Steve Cohen, came out at the time and said, "Hey, I still believe in these teams, this team." And he was basically laughed off as if he were a laughing stock.
Yeah.
Like, dude, what are you talking about? You got the worst team in baseball for the money you're paying. And Steve Cohen said, I can't help it. I'm a fan. I believe in my team. And, lo and behold, the Mets go 25-11 to finish the first half. They go from 11 games under 500 and completely out of it to right into one of the wild card spots, a game ahead of the Padres. So,
that's disappointing.
It's a long season.
It's disappointing.
It's a long season. Right now, I feel like the roller coaster ride that we've been on the first half of the season, and sorry, Mike Schilt, but that's the only way to truly describe what's happened.
He has to agree at this point that this has been a roller coaster, right?
Don't think he will. I think he's going to hold firm.
We're over halfway.
Yeah, well, I mean, right, but
We're
this
way
is the
over halfway.
This is the unofficial halfway, right?
This doesn't even count as halfway because they only got 63 games.
They only have 63 games left. The Padres had, this is the roller coaster. They had a 5-game losing streak at the end of April. All right, that was the first sign of trouble. They had another 5-game losing streak at the beginning of June. They had another 5-game losing streak in the middle of June. And then they just had another 5-game losing streak in the middle of July.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't have time. I just don't.
For what?
There can't be another team in baseball, and that probably includes the Marlins, Rockies, and White Sox, who are, the pitiful bottom of the barrel. But I can't imagine there's another team that has 4 losing streaks of 5+ games already this season.
Let me see if I can figure that out.
You're going to try to figure it out. You go ahead.
Way,
now,
the link is there for you.
Now that I said that, they've had 4 5-game losing streaks. They've also had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 winning streaks of 3 or more games, including a 4 and a 5 and another 4, and you get the idea. That's the very description of a roller coaster. But I feel like right now, since we're at the All-Star break, I feel like you and I and everybody else out there, Skraby, we've already been on the ride now.
Yes.
We've gone up the little chain thing at the beginning, tick. Yeah, we've gone up that. We've hung at the top there for a minute to see the view.
Yeah.
We've swooshed our way down, left our stomach up at the top.
Mm-hmm.
We've spun around the curves. We've gone through the 360, circle. Right? How do I better describe that? You know what I mean?
Loop?
The loop. Thank you. Yeah, the loop. We've probably done 3 loop-de-loops. We've gone up the tick thing again a couple of times. Then we went
thing I like.
swoosh down again. Then we zigzagged again, went through one more loop, and now I feel like we've pulled back into the station. The problem is there's nobody else in line, and the operator just asked all of us, do you want to go again? And our only answer to that is, yeah, we're going to go again.
It's our only choice.
It's our only choice. They won't let me off. We got 63 games of this swooshing to do. And I can't imagine the second half is going to be a whole lot different. I mean, what it's really coming down to now is not whether the Padres are going to win some, lose some, go on a streak, go on a losing streak. They're going to keep doing that.
Yeah.
Pretty convinced. To me, the question is where are we going to be when the whole roller coaster stops? Because eventually on Sunday, September 29th, it's going to stop. And like a game of musical chairs, the music's going to end, right? The Padres are going to either be sitting in one of those playoff seats or they're going to be kicked to the curb.
Yeah.
And there's just no way of being able to tell which it is. Will they be in the middle of a nice hot streak at the end of September, one that gets them in?
Hey, they did it last year.
Or will they be in a tremendous malaise like they finished the first half and be sitting on the outside looking in? Anybody out there who really thinks they know the answer to that is lying. Because nobody knows where they're going to be. Where it stops, nobody knows, right? Round and round it goes. Where it stops, nobody knows. I mean, it's been a carnival.
It has.
For heaven's sakes.
But
goodness.
I will say they've put together some more exciting baseball than last year.
Well, there's no question. Last year, they won one walk-off victory the whole year until the very end in September. Last year, they didn't win a single extra inning game until late September, right? Last year, they were 9-23 in one-run games, so any game that was close,
they already did that this year.
They just cashed that in. This year, they've already won more than 9 one-run games. It's, it's just... I hate to just, because I know I'm paid, the big money to come on here.
Oh, yeah, the big bucks.
The big bucks, and come on here in the afternoon and try to say something, that is going to bring it all together for everybody. But honestly, other than it is what it is, don't have a whole lot for you.
I'm looking at the Giants' schedule right now because you were saying about teams and losing and then
all these losing streaks.
Well, the Giants haven't had as many, but the Giants have lost 5 games in a row. They lost 6 games in a row, and then but that was coming out of a 6 out of 7
win
stretch.
streak.
Yeah,
right.
win streak.
Well, that sounds familiar.
A couple times this year they've done that, but it hasn't been as pronounced as the Padres, where the Padres will lose 5 and then win 12 out of 15 or whatever.
It's exactly what the Padres have done. They are 26-27 at home. They are 24-22 on the road. They're 1-1 in Korea. They've won a bunch of close games. They've lost a bunch of close games. It just is what it is. And we try to figure it out every Thursday on the roundtable. Ben Higgins, who does such a marvelous job of hosting that show, But he tries to ask us in a different way each Thursday, why are the Padres the way they are? And the only answer that I can ever come up with is because the star players have not been there.
The superstars had not superstarred.
The superstars have not superstarred. Manny Machado did it for a little while during that 12 out of 15. He went crazy. That was Manny. Tatis, I know they voted him into the All-Star game. In any other year where there were some decent outfielders in the National League, I really don't think he had an all-star season in the first half.
See, I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of saying, well, if someone else played better, then he wouldn't be there. Well, duh, but no one else played better, so he is there. And he did have a good stretch at the end. It's kind of like saying last year when they won all those games at the end, it doesn't matter because it didn't count.
But ultimately, it didn't matter because it didn't count. The thing with Fernando is he's been better, my point. I guess that's the point I'm trying to make. Fernando has been in his career, in his, short career, really.
Of course he has.
But he's been way better than what he was in the first half.
He was picking it up there for a little bit.
But he ended up picking it up a little bit. But to me, now he's hurt. So, that goes, you have to factor that in, and how much longer is it going to be?
I mean, originally we talked about him being out through the All-Star break, and hey,
I'm not hearing anything that doesn't include the word August right now.
August
for Fernando.
Where did you hear that?
Pretty much everything I've read.
Really?
I haven't seen anything that says he's likely to come back here in the next 10 days. I think it's August.
16th is a Tuesday. 17th.
The bottom
19th.
The bottom line. Well, look, the bottom line in the paper today from Mr. AC, who I think knows as much as any of us, said that both players are hopeful to come back next month. Both players in this case were Joe Musgrove and Fernando. So I don't think you're going to see Fernando till August. If then. Bogarts has missed most of the season. We just talked about Manny and Fernando. Darvish, even when he was there, wasn't the Darvish we know. And Musgrove nowhere close. Those are your 5 $30 million ball players. Other than very small flashes here and there, these guys haven't been very good this year or hurt. That is the best explanation I can give as to why they're up and down. But the up, you have to say, is a result of, the Profars, the Merrills, the Higashiokas, the Waldrons, heroes. The Suarez, the, Donovan Solanos. These are the guys that have really kept the Padres afloat. So let's revisit this. The stars have not played like stars.
No.
The other guys that are kind of your character players, if you will, your character actors, they've been like stars. I guess what that adds up to is 50 and 49.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just how it goes.
I'm seeing I'm seeing some chats here saying like, "Chris, this is baseball. Like, get over it. This is baseball, but this is a baseball team that is expected to have been better year after year, and we're still talking about the same things at different points through the season.
It's baseball, but I mean, tell that to the Guardians
or the Orioles.
They're 21 games over 500. Don't tell me that it's baseball to win some and lose some. I tell that to the Rockies.
Yeah.
They're 30 games under 500. They'd love to win some along the way. The White Sox, are 44 games under 500.
How many wins
Don't
is
tell
that?
me that that's baseball. That you just win some and lose some, and you get hot and you get cold. There are varying degrees of that.
I think this is
the Padres' degree of that happens to land them right in the middle.
I think the reason that we're talking about this is because it's a really good team that has been performing mediocre for the last couple of years.
Well,
50 and 49 at the All-Star break is, if you would have told us that or say that to us before the year, we would have kind of maybe laughed at you a little bit.
What did you expect them to be?
Not 50-49, Chris. I don't
Really?
know. I would have expected them to put together some more win streaks. I would have expected them to, maybe stop the bleeding when they can, which is not something that they've done recently.
The only reason I say really is because if you go back to the very beginning of the season, 2024 in March, win total for the Padres was 83, 82. I think I saw some 78 nines in there. Nobody had them going 90 and 72. I think their record is exactly where people expected it to be. It's just it has been arrived at in a way none of us expected. I think the record is about where people thought they'd be. They were 82 and 80 last year. That's about the record they're headed to this year. It's just been strange how they've arrived there.
I see them as a way better team than 82 and 80.
All right.
I mean, starting the year, we didn't know they were going to lose Joe for as long as they did. They didn't know they were going to lose you for as long as they did. They didn't know they were going to lose Xander, and Xander wasn't going to start the way he did. It's just, I think this is a better team than 82 and 80. I do.
Well, according to FanDuel, Padres were 83.5 wins. BetMGM, 83.5. DraftKings, 82.5. That's exactly what they're on par to do.
Yeah. I don't buy into those things.
I'm glad you don't.
Because you noticed I did not make a bet before the year with those stats.
Well, if you did, you'd be right on it right now.
No, I would be wrong.
You wouldn't be out of it.
I would have said over.
Okay, well, you wouldn't have been out. You wouldn't have been out of it. They could still win 84. Gwynn and Chris is underway. We have a lot to get to today because we have a full 4 hours. We're going to check in on, since it is off time for baseball, going to check in on the San Diego State football team with our guy Kirk Kenny. The latest from the Montezuma Mesa. That's coming up. But we will also review the first half of the baseball season. Skraby and I have our biggest disappointments and biggest surprises of the first half of the Major League Baseball season. That's a little bit later on. We have our regular stuff coming your way. Chris vs. the Fans, Daily Gambit, the Big Five. We're here till 6 o'clock. Glad you joined us. Happy Monday to you. Gwynn and Chris, 97.3 The Fan.
Fresher
I'd like to make a nomination. Skraby?
Uh-oh.
Welcome back to Gwynn and Chris. Crisello. Tony Gwynn Jr. idle today as we head into the All-Star break. Matt Skraby alongside. We're here in the Odyssey Palace Studios. You can now watch on YouTube. Skraby finally got that worked out. Search for 97.3 The Fan on YouTube and enjoy the program. I'd like to make a nomination for today, July 15th, 2024. I would like to nominate this as the single worst sports day on the calendar.
This one?
For the year.
Oh, God, no.
There's worse than this?
Wednesday.
You think Wednesday beats?
Literally no sports.
Well, you can recap the All-Star game Wednesday.
No, but I'm saying you actually have sports today with the home
What do
run
you have?
derby.
Give me a break. The home run
You
derby.
do? You have the home run
a
derby?
concocted exercise in... and you go out and watch the SeaWorld fireworks tonight. It's the same thing.
I don't want to. I want to watch the home run derby
It's
instead.
the same thing. They shoot a firework off, and you go, ooh.
And stop.
And they hit a home run in the home run derby, and you go, ooh.
Miss me with the Wednesday we could recap the All-Star game. You're not even going to watch the All-Star game.
Oh, I'll totally watch the All-Star game. I love the All-Star game.
This is crazy.
I love the All-Star game.
How can you love the All-Star game but
I've
hate
loved
the
it my
home run
entire
derby?
life. I've loved the All-Star game my entire life. I don't like it nearly as much as I used to. When I started watching the All-Star game, it was a true competition, man. The National League, the American League, the players, hated each other. They didn't know each other. They didn't get traded between leagues. They didn't have interleague play. The National League won almost every single year that I was a kid except for one. The only year I ever remember the American League winning was 1983. Fred Lynn hit the only grand slam in All-Star history off your guy, Giants left-hander Atlee Hammaker. Do you remember that guy?
No.
You don't remember Atlee Hammaker?
Never heard of Atlee Hammaker.
What kind of Northern Californian are you?
It's one that doesn't pay attention to Atlee Hammaker.
Atlee Hammaker served
What
it up.
year was this?
1983.
Oh, because I wasn't even born yet.
The National League won every All-Star game from 72 to 82. In 1971, the American League won when Reggie Jackson's home run hit the transformer at Tiger Stadium in Detroit. And then they didn't win again till Lynn hit the grand slam in 83. It was ugly, but the National League reveled in the fact that they owned the All-Star game. It meant something to them to win it every year. And, you look at Tony's dad and his reaction in 1994 when he scored the winning run. You remember that. You've seen that play a million times. You haven't seen it.
In 1984.
1994.
1994.
The game was in Pittsburgh. Tony Gwynn Jr.'s on first, or Tony Gwynn Sr. is on first base. Moises Alou doubles into the gap.
Oh, yes, I've seen
Tie
this.
score,
Yes,
bottom
yes,
of the ninth.
Yes.
Tony Gwynn comes around, slides in under the tag of Pudge Rodriguez, celebrates.
Yeah, I do remember that one.
Okay,
yes.
well, there wouldn't be a celebration like that this year.
Why?
Because I don't think anybody cares. It is a true exhibition game now.
So why watch then? I'm playing devil's advocate.
Because it's part of my DNA.
It's part of your
Excuse
DNA
me.
to watch it or to
It's part of my
complain about
DNA
it?
to watch the All-Star game.
Watch it and then complain about it? That's part of my DNA.
Yeah, that is. Well, the other thing, I that and the fact that they don't wear their own uniforms, that one drives me crazy. And
They're bringing it back, I thought.
Well, there's some talk, evidently, that they're going to bring the jerseys back. But that is such a money grab by Major League Baseball, and frankly, they really don't need the extra money and income that comes in from selling 50 All-Star Game jerseys in each city.
I agree.
So please.
100%.
Please give the players their uniforms back. But all right, so fine. I'm nominating today as the worst day on the sports calendar. You go Wednesday.
I go Wednesday. Zero sports on Wednesday.
Well, between the two, it's
pretty bad. Thursday, you could say Thursday too.
It's pretty rough. Home
Are
run.
the Indiana Fever in action? I might be watching them tonight.
I might have to. I don't think there's. You know what? I take it back. Let me see. I don't think there's any WNBA games tonight. And if you're the WNBA, why?
I'm looking.
They have 4 games tomorrow. Come on, WNBA. This is a night you could shine.
7:15. Okay, Wednesday. Okay, Wednesday might not be the worst day in sports now. The Fever are playing on Wednesday, Chris.
Yeah. See, they're not playing tonight. So nobody's playing in the WNBA tonight. Seems like a missed opportunity, if you ask me. But yes, alas, there is the home run derby, and you can go ooh and ah. All right, just pick one, Skraby. Who you picking? Adelise Garcia.
Oh, I was going to get into the odds in the Daily Gambit.
Oh, you've got odds later?
But I do
All
have
right.
odds. We could do the odds right now, though, if we want.
No, we'll save it for the Daily Gambit. We're at the bottom of the hour.
Because there's nothing to pick from, usually.
Kurt Kenny is coming on the program, so we'll chat with him, see what's going on with that. Aztec football, only less than 2 months away. I think it's a month and 2 weeks.
Yeah, something like that.
First game is August 31st. We're closing in. Gwynn and Chris.
Oh, that's it. Okay. Yeah. Kurt Kenny next.
Right.
Biggest guests in San Diego sports talk.
They lost 8 of 9 games before finally winning their finale over Fresno State. I think the ultimate moment of debacle for the San Diego State football team last year came on October the 21st when they held Nevada to 6 points and lost by 6 points. You remember that game? It was a Saturday night over here at Snapdragon Stadium. They lost 6-0 to Nevada, and I think it was at that point that my old friend Brady Hoke knew it was time to start packing up the bags. The Aztecs would lose 3 more games in a row after that before they beat Fresno State in the finale. Brady Hoke was shown the door, and a new coach is in Sean Lewis to try to turn around the fortunes of the San Diego State team. But I think more importantly than that, I think he's here to try and bring a little excitement back to San Diego State football. We like high-scoring shootouts. We don't like 6 love. That's a tennis score.
I will say that he has brought energy to the program.
It seems that way. Everybody seems to be, pretty fired up about this team. We had 3 players in last week. Quarterback Kyle Crum was here. We had a cornerback, Jelani Whitmore, in studio, and starting safety, Dale Sean Staley. All 3 were here, and they just glowing reports about Sean Lewis and everything that's going on with his San Diego State football team. So here we are, about 6 weeks before opening night, and our guy Kirk Kenney from the San Diego Union Tribune joins us. Kirk, have you heard anything other than people around this program saying that they are really excited? Is there anybody worried at all? I mean, it really seems like, Sean Lewis has been a home run from day one.
I think everybody's excited. In fact, I saw him this morning. He went out and took a surfing lesson, so it was a lot of fun seeing him try and get up on the board. And just the way I've really enjoyed watching how much he's embraced being here. He's always got a smile on his face. He's always positive. He's always excited.
Well, and that's the way to certainly remain, I guess, until the season starts. Let's just finish up a look at last season. I mean, I had to go through this again. I was reminded of that Nevada game.
Why?
Well,
I don't know why, Kirk.
The reason is I wanted to see, was it really as bad as everybody seems to think it was? And, I think the low point obviously was that 6-0 game that they lost to Nevada. They had some close losses in there. Utah State, Colorado State were, close games. Boise State, I thought they were going to win that game, and they ended up losing by 3. So with a couple of bounces of the ball, it could have been a little better than 4-8, but people don't seem to remember that. They seem to remember it being a real drag on the excitement level of Aztec football.
It's funny. The 2 years before that, when they went 12-2, it's like they got every bounce, and then last season they didn't get any bounce.
Yeah.
And so that's what gets you to 4-8. But you mentioned the Nevada loss. That's a really bad loss, and it's one thing not to have, a 9 or 10 win season, but when you have a game where you don't even score and other games where your fans just are not entertained, that's a problem.
Yeah. No, that seemed to be the big issue last year. And so, that's why let's go back now to the hiring of Sean Lewis. Now that we've had a little time to kind of think about it, what do you think it was about Sean Lewis that drew J.D. Wicker and San Diego State to him ultimately?
Offense.
That's a good thing to have in your back pocket.
All right, Kirk, we employ you on this show as a guest to have longer than one-word answers.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you. All right, Skraby, what's the next question for this guy?
Well, so, all the stuff he brought, from people watching him at a little bit at Colorado, before that at Kent State, he, offense. And what's neat is they call it Aztec fast, and for some reason everybody thinks passing, but they had a balanced year at Kent State a couple years back where they ran it as much as they threw it, but I think they just did things to find out what the defense was giving them, and they moved the ball around and they got it up the field and they scored touchdowns, and that's what a lot of the San Diego State fans are thirsting for again.
Yeah, Kirk, we've talked about it the last few years, and it's been said to us that the offense is going to be more exciting. The offense is going to be more explosive. The offense is going to score points, and then we haven't really seen that. But it does seem like Sean Lewis is completely tearing down the offense and rebuilding it. Is there, in college football, any sort of, like, gelling period that we need to be aware of? Or have they been working on this so long they should have the offense down already?
Well, it's funny you bring that up because, and something I need to address early on in preseason camp is, they came here and talking as thick, fast and generating excitement. And I said, how long does it really take for that offense to click? And a couple people have told me it takes about 4 or 5 games into the second season. And so they really have to kind of thread the needle between, they have to kind of thread the needle between generating excitement, but also kind of tamping down expectations. And so it'll be interesting to see how that kind of falls into place.
Yeah, I mean, look, Texas A&M Commerce, the first game, that's one. But I mean, it gets pretty interesting pretty quickly, right? I mean, Oregon State is legit. Cal, they're in the ACC, so they're in the ACC. That just drives me crazy. Central Michigan, okay, but you got Washington State on this schedule. You're at Wyoming. You're at Boise this year. It is fair.
At UNLV.
Right, at UNLV, and they're coming off their best season in years and years.
Mm-hmm.
So, it is fair to not really maybe expect them to have a ton of wins in the first season. So, you're right. That's going to be interesting how they kind of bring everybody along and keep people happy. Because, losing 42-40 is fun the first 2 or 3 times, but after a while, even that gets old. Just ask Tom Kraft and people like that back in the day.
Although I think they were to the point where some people in the building were like, you know what, if we lost 48-45, I think the fans would still be happy because they saw the ball thrown all over the place. And it wasn't as much about, because the Aztecs had 12 straight winning seasons, which was a school record, and people kind of became complacent, and they started complaining about the bowl games they're going to. Before that, they probably went 25 years and went to 2 or 3 bowl games. So just getting to a bowl game was a big deal. But then, like anything, people get accustomed to something and they want more.
Kirk Kenny is with us. Kirk, I'm looking at the first depth chart that came out for San Diego State football, and I know this is always subject to change between now and 6 weeks. It lists A.J. Duffy, the sophomore redshirt transfer, as the number 1 quarterback. Danny O'Neal, the prized freshman recruit, as the number 2.
Well, wait a sec. If you look to the right on the depth chart, it says "or," capital letters.
Oh.
So right now, it's still a battle.
Still very much
guys.
up for grabs then between those 2 guys. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So that's an "or."
That's an "or."
All right.
So you got to keep those "ors" in mind. And running back, it's Keenan Christian or Marquez Cooper.
And he's another transfer. Cooper is.
Yeah, and he's an interesting one. He had been with Sean Lewis at Kent State for 3 years, and he comes in as the active career rushing leader. So he'll be interesting to watch.
He's a former Golden Flash.
Mm-hmm.
Stop showing off your big brain over there.
Overall, they have 7 newcomers expected to start on offense out of 11. I think it's fair that we mention that to kind of back up what you were saying, that you're going to have to give these guys a little bit of time, right, before they start whipping people 51-7.
Well, it's crazy between with the portal the last couple of years and then the coaching change. So they started spring practice on March 12th. Between then and now, they had 30 guys leave the program, and they had through the portal they had like a dozen come back, and so there's just so much transition. On the 2 deep, they have I think 24 guys who were not on the team last year, and 9 guys who were not on the team in the spring. So
not even in the spring.
Changes.
Wow.
Correct. Yeah, I mean it's just crazy. But that's how it is around college football now, I think.
Well, we had Dale-Sean Staley in here last week talking to us, and I asked them about the transfer portal and whether or not they think it's kind of crazy or if they like it. And he brought up a different opinion that I'd never really heard before, and he said he had to go to Northern Iowa because he wasn't recruited as heavily as he wanted, but then he felt like he was a better player than what the program of Northern Iowa would help him get to the NFL, so he went to San Diego State. Is that something you think is going to help the Aztecs? A lot of these guys that are coming that already have college experience. I mean, seems like these guys are ready to go now and play now.
Yeah, I would hope so. The biggest thing I've been kind of keeping my eye on is I believe they lost 9 starters to Power 5 teams this past year, and they brought in guys who show some promise, but maybe like they got a tight end, Jude Wolf from USC, who'd had a lot of injury issues there, but now he's healthy and he could really produce. A couple other guys maybe are from smaller schools who were producing there and want a bigger stage, and so that's what they've got. So, those are the kind of guys they're going to have to find. They're not going to get guys from Power 5s who put up 1,000 yards rushing. They're going to stay at that level. What I'm getting at is, are they going to be a feeder school like a lot of the group of 5s now, or is it going to be some way where they can hang on to guys?
So you're almost saying that San Diego State could act in a way for some players like Northern Iowa acted for Dale Shawn Staley.
Right. I think it's exactly. Last week at the Mountain West meetings, they called the Mountain West a pipeline conference, and a lot of the conferences.
It's kind of offensive.
It is a bit offensive, but I mean, it's
way,
not
but
untrue.
At the same time,
it's not
But
untrue.
shouldn't you kind of acknowledge you are who you are and be able to acknowledge that and find out how to best take advantage of that?
Boise State was picked to win this thing for the umpteenth time in a row. We know that doesn't always happen. I mean, look, UNLV won it last year. The Aztecs have won a bunch of times. What is it about Boise State that, makes them the media darling every year, Kirk?
I think they get bonus points for the blue turf.
Yeah, maybe.
That's like the tiebreaker. Well, I think that's 11 straight years they've been picked to win it, and they've won it 4 of those times.
So that's not very good.
But they usually have a pretty good team coming back, and sometimes it's a little bit of usual suspects being picked. And this year was really crazy because of the portal movement. There's so many new players, so I think a lot of people ended up picking based on past performance. And UNLV is going to be really interesting to me. They had their best year in 30 years, but then their quarterback gets poached by Georgia, but before he gets to Georgia, USC outbids for him, so that's where he is.
I love that, outbids.
It's really it's silly. I know the Colorado State coach was upset. I'm sure you saw this, Kirk, that Kansas State, he says, offered $600,000 to his quarterback to leave and go to Kansas State, and I thought, well, what's illegal about that? I mean, you can do whatever college football is there's so much toothpaste all over the sink now that it doesn't seem like there's any rules anywhere on these guys.
Well, the only thing I think he might have been irritated by is that offer came before he was in the portal, not after.
Okay. Well,
and so I could still see some irritation with that, but the best phrase they use, wild, wild west, and that's kind of what it is. It's just where we are has gotten ahead of the rules. As far as, the word I always heard him, or phrase that I always heard him using last year was guardrails. And kind of, it's just out of control until they kind of think it through a little bit better. But I don't know. I mean, can you make better rules now and bring some control to it? That'll be interesting to see, if and when that happens.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to ask this question, but I'm going to ask this question anyway. But I got it over the weekend, and they were talking about Coach Sean Lewis, and it was kind of sort of the conversation about feeder leagues. And if the Mountain West Conference is a feeder conference, would that apply to the head coach as well? Because this person asked me, aren't we just waiting for this guy to leave? And I said, I honestly don't know, and I hope not. But are we waiting for this guy to leave?
I think it just depends how much he enjoyed surfing today.
I hope he enjoyed it a lot then. Did he stand up, by the way?
He did get up, and
wow.
I got film of it. So yeah, he had a blast doing that, and those are the kind of things that maybe will help keep somebody. But ultimately, I think a lot of these guys, like almost anybody in life, they want to test themselves against the best, and I can't blame them for maybe wanting to do that.
Well, I think the best way to do that is to go 11-1, win the conference. Maybe if they did it this year, might be a little early, but let's just dream. 11-1, win the conference, get into the college football playoff, And then guess what? You could test yourself against the best right then and there. So
Yeah.
There you go.
that would be the way to
Yourself
do
at
it.
the top.
Kirk, always a pleasure. And I want to say thank you to Kirk Kenny, by the way, because he guided me around Torrey Pines on my first round there.
Oh yeah,
a few weeks
Kirk, we
ago.
haven't talked to you about that. How did Chris play? Did he play as well as he told me?
I had some moments.
He hit the first 4 fairways, I believe.
Wow, that's not easy. On
Yeah.
the South Course too. You guys started on what hole?
17.
That's not an easy fairway to hit.
He had kind of a Brian Downing stance there. But he kind of opened up his stance so that he could.
He's playing his slice, is what you're
I was
saying.
playing my
he
slice.
was aiming well left, and he was putting it right down the middle. I was impressed by that.
I was covering for my slice.
The problem with playing for a slice is that sometimes you just don't slice it. It goes
when you do that, it
completely
just
left.
goes 8 miles left. Very good.
But it worked for him. I think it wasn't until late in the round that I think he finally hit one that didn't slice. So,
Yeah,
kept it out of the canyon. That was good.
I had a lot of fun. I did not keep it out of the sand traps, though. Kirk knows that. I was on the beach all day long. Kirk, always a pleasure.
Luckily, they gave him some sunscreen, so he was okay.
I
Okay,
was
good.
safe.
You and Sean Lewis always on the beach.
There you go. Kirk, thanks for the time, as
All right.
always. Great catching up to
Thank you, Kirk.
We'll talk to you
All right.
as we get a little closer to this season, but thanks for the summer update.
Yep. Talk to you later, guys.
All right, Kirk Kenny on the San Diego State football program. It really is. It's hard. I know we're coming up on the top here,
Yeah, we're
Skraby, but I
actually
don't want you
over,
to miss
but
it. I
it's
thought
okay.
I thought we might be over.
Yeah.
But I don't know how you predict a season when you've got 7 new starters on offense and 5 on defense. How are you supposed to know who's going to do what?
You guess.
Right? They could easily go from 4-8 to 8-4.
They could.
I don't think it would be that surprising.
Sean Lewis's energy alone, I think, buys them 2 wins in my mind.
All right, good. Gwynn and Chris comes back with hour number 2. There is a daily gambit in our future.
Afoot,
Stick
yes.
around for that. All right, welcome back. Hour number 2 of Gwynn and Chris on, easily the one of the top 3 most boring sports days of the year.
Thank you for saying top 3 now.
You're welcome. I put this one up for the most boring one, but you seem to think Wednesday or Thursday will make it be even tougher.
Thursday might be the toughest.
I really, if you're the commissioner of the WNBA, really, and you're halfway doing your job. I mean, you have Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese tonight, like at 6:00 on ABC. I mean, it would be the one big event that everyone would want to watch. We want to watch it anyway.
I don't know.
But why not play it tonight? There's not a single WNBA game on a night when there's no baseball, no nothing.
I think that tells us everything we need to know about how many people watch the Home Run Derby. You just don't even want to compete with it. And I know you think that many people don't watch it, but I guarantee you more people would watch the Home Run Derby.
A lot of people watch the Home Run Derby because it's the only thing that is even on tonight. That's why.
I just don't...
If you gave us another choice to watch, say, a real competition between 2 really good, intriguing WNBA teams and players, we would watch. But they're not even putting it on. I think it's a mistake. The Home Run Derby is a bore. I don't know why you like it. Unless, like I said before, you're a big fan of fireworks. Because fireworks are the same as they were last year. We ooh and ah. Nothing different, nothing new happens. Yet we go crazy for fireworks. Like we've never seen them before.
I know you are in the right place with this analogy. But that should also tell you everything you need to know. People just love these things. And there's maybe in your head no explanation for it. Right. And everybody's going to watch it.
Well, everybody enjoy the Home Run Derby. We'll talk about it. We'll give you the odds here in our Daily Gambit. I did want to add one thing to our visit with Kirk Kenny. There is news out of the Mountain West Conference football today.
Uh-oh.
Veteran coach Jeff Tedford stepped down at Fresno State because of health issues. He's 62 years old. There's really no discussion as to what the health issues are. Because of those, though, he did not coach in the team's bowl game last December. He was hoping to come back this year. He was present at the Mountain West Media Days last week in Las Vegas, said his health was okay. Apparently that is not the case. So Tedford is out. Tim Skipper. That's right, Tim Skipper.
Nice name.
Will be the new...
I guess he was born to be
interim
a coach.
He'll be the new interim skipper for Fresno State football.
Although he chose the wrong sport.
Yes, he should have gone into baseball.
Yeah.
Tim Skipper leads Fresno State. Kirk Kenny pointing out in a text exchange that with Tedford stepping out and Skipper stepping in, out of 12 teams in the Mountain West Conference, 8 of them have new coaches this year.
That's a lot.
So that, along with all the transferring and the portals and the this, that, and the new starters on every, the conference has got to be just up for grabs. There's no way you could confidently predict who's going to come out on top.
Boise State because of their bluegrass.
Because of the bluegrass, they're
That's
picked to win it. The Aztecs, by the way, were picked 8th.
Yes, I know.
And I couldn't ask Kirk Kenny about any of the Aztecs preseason all-conference players because they didn't have any. The Aztecs did not get a single player on the preseason all-conference squad. No one.
That's not a good omen. But they can easily prove that wrong because it's only the preseason
because these guys
stuff.
are transfers. Who knows how good a lot of them are?
Hey, Nima on the chat says, if a Padre was in it, Chris would feel different.
What's
Home Run Derby.
The Home Run Derby? I don't think
I think
so.
you would.
I really
You
wouldn't.
would tune in for Fernando.
I wouldn't. I haven't tuned into him before. I can't watch
remember the last time a Padre
Derby.
was in it.
I can't either, but I don't watch the Home Run Derby. The only way I watch it is that I'm going to be sitting here tonight doing the show with you until 6 o'clock, and at 5 o'clock it's going to come on the TV, so, I'll glance up and see it, but...
You're going to lose me for an hour.
Great.
No, just kidding.
How is that going to be different than the other hours of the show?
Oh, hey-oh. There is a different rule set to this one, Chris. So the first round
Means
now,
nothing to me because I couldn't tell you the rules before.
Well, it was a little weird where you do the 4 minutes thing, but now they have a maximum number of swings, and they also have the first round is not seeded. Like after the first round, they seed everyone. So
Awesome. Awesome. Can't wait.
Oh, Brandon said the last time Will Myers probably was in it in 2016.
Will Myers made the home run derby?
Yeah, I remember when it was here at Petco.
No wonder I stopped watching it forever.
Oh, come on. Will Myers, I think, almost maybe won it. I don't know. I don't remember. I shouldn't have said that.
Was he he was in the home run derby in 2016?
Yeah, I think Giancarlo
Will
Stanton.
Myers?
I don't think he
What was Will Myers
almost won
doing
it. Never
in
mind. Because he was the Padres representative. Yeah, Will Myers didn't make it out of the first round. Oh, Adam Duvall beat him by 1 home run. But Giancarlo Stanton put on a show. He had 24 home runs in the first round, 17 in the second, and then 20 in the third.
Awesome. You know what? I can remember it. Not at all. Not at all.
You should get your head checked because that was only 8 years ago.
All right, home run derby odds and other things. There's just nothing. There's no games to predict tonight. There's no games to bet on tonight. So we're just going to have to make do with our daily gambit one way or another.
Do you like money?
I think about money a lot.
Do you like money without doing anything?
Winning.
Do you want to make money while watching sports?
I think Washington is immortal luck.
Washington! Woohoo! If you answered yes, this is your segment. Just don't blame us when you lose.
Nothing is ever your fault.
It's your game. Take it.
Gwynn and Chris go through the top bets of the day in The Daily Gambit on 97.3 The Fan.
Daily Gambit's our daily sports betting segment here on Gwynn and Chris. Please, everybody, gamble responsibly. Now, has Aaron Judge ever done the home run derby before?
When he asked me, I don't know. Nor do I.
I don't remember these
Nor do
things.
I care.
But I don't remember if he's ever done the. I don't know if he's ever done it, but. You know, if we're talking about the slam dunk competition being something that has fallen away,
Yes, it's
then
gone.
then baseball needs to get guys like Aaron Judge, Juan Soto, guys that are hitting 40 home runs in the first half.
But they can't make them do it.
Pay them. You
guys
got
don't
the
wanna
money,
do it.
baseball. Give them $100,000. I think they'll go play for $100,000 or hit
These
for
guys
$100,000.
don't want to do it.
I know. It really kind of annoys me in that regard. That some of the biggest names are just like, yeah, I don't really care. It's all good. All right, last week's bets. The Phoenix Mercury were 2.5-point favorites on Friday over the Indiana Fever. We both chose the Fever, and the Fever won by 9, 95-86.
What are you talking about?
On Friday?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Yes.
I was going to
Okay,
say,
gotcha.
jeez. Caitlin Clark over under 18.5 points. We both went over. We were both correct. She had 20 points. She had 20 points and 13 assists. So
She's having some big games all of
Yeah.
a sudden.
Yeah.
Angel Reese's double-double streak got snapped, by the way, over the weekend.
Oh, it
And
did. I didn't know that.
I don't know if you saw this, but she had 8 points. Angel Reese did. She needed, one more basket.
Uh-huh.
And on the final possession, they passed it into her. And the New York Liberty surrounded her with 4 defenders and would not let her get a shot off.
Really?
And I think some people were really upset about that. Here's my thinking. It meant everything in the world to Angel Reese to keep that streak alive.
Yeah.
She did everything and then some to keep the streak going. So it's only fair that somebody else did everything and then some to try to stop it. And they did.
Yeah.
She couldn't get the last shot off.
I was reading about
Surrounded her with 4 players.
Stat padding over the weekend. They were saying, because you guys were saying it too, like she was just tipping in her own rebounds or tipping her own rebounds.
Well, look, that's risky.
It is risky.
That's risky.
All right, next one would be the Aces and the Dream on Friday. The Aces were 14.5-point favorites, and guess what? You picked Atlanta, the Dream. I picked the Aces. Aces won by 14, 84-70, so they did not cover the spread.
That's right. I win by the hook.
Now, Paolini and Krenchikova, I think her name is. Krejcikova? Krejcikova. Wow,
Yes.
that is way different than what I thought it was.
Krejcikova.
It was over under 22.5 games, and I'm just counting up now. 8, 8, 16,
26 games.
26 games. So we both, or I went under, you went over. You were correct in that one.
And Krejcikova, the 31st seed, won Wimbledon, beat my pal Paolini in the final.
Are you okay?
I survived it all right, but I
survived it.
like Paolini. She's been to the final of the French Open and Wimbledon, young player from Italy, but lost both finals, unfortunately.
The Djokovic and Alcaraz, they had their final, and Alcaraz was favored in this one by 2.5. We both picked the Joker to win. It didn't matter, though, because
It was a dumb pick because the Joker, I think, the knee surgery finally caught up with him. I mean, when you play,
he played a really good player.
That's right. That's what I'm saying. When you play somebody like Alcaraz, you got to have everything working, and I don't think the Joker had it all working. So
No, Alcaraz won 6-2, 6-2, 7-6.
6-2, 6-2. 7-6 is more like it. I don't recall ever seeing Djokovic lose 6-2, 6-2. Like ever. Like,
Really?
no, not 2 sets in a row like that. That was pretty weird.
That is pretty weird.
Yeah.
I mean, I should have paid attention to the knee surgery too, but I didn't. So I bet on the Joker to finish it and had him saying, "Have a good night,"
Yes.
but it didn't work for him. Did not work for him. All right, the Copa America final, Argentina 0.5 goal favorite over Colombia. We both chose Argentina, and we both won. Chris, it was 1-0.
1-0.
Spain and England.
It's a surprising final score for a soccer match, isn't it? 1-0.
I think for a final, yeah, that's a little surprising. For a final,
You think
I would
that's
say.
surprising?
I think so.
Yeah, I don't find it to be surprising for
You
a
don't
final
feel
score of
okay.
soccer.
Now the other one was the Euro. Is it the Euro Cup? Is that what I'm saying?
Copa America.
No. We just did Copa America.
Oh, that was Copa America. Yeah, the Euro Cup final between Spain and jolly old England.
Yes, and you took England. I took Spain. Spain ended up. They were 0.5 goal favorites over England, and they won 2-1. So I went.
Spain won in the late going there.
Yes.
The 80-something minute.
All right, that's
All
it
right,
for last
so
week.
we both went 4-3 in Friday's picks, but I will point out for the week last week, 16-8 for me, 12-12 for you.
I'll
So,
take 500
well,
every
you got
day
it.
of the week.
You got it. That's what you got.
All right, let's talk about my favorite event of today, the Home Run Derby. You like how I limit it to
All right, then
today?
I've got four bets we can make.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, I came up with
I
stuff.
don't want to do.
Came up with it.
I don't want to do.
Too bad.
Australian cricket bets.
Come back. Come up. I came up with it. So
All right.
you're gonna have to do it.
Home Run Derby 2024 winner. Favorite Pete Alonso plus 320. Marcell Ozuna plus 425. Gunnar Henderson plus 425. Bobby Witt Jr. plus 425. I can't ever remember if this guy's name is Adolis or Adolis, but I'll say it. Garcia.
Adolis.
Adolis Garcia plus
Garcia.
600. Teoscar Hernandez plus 1100. Jose Ramirez plus 1400. And Alec Boehm plus 1800. Now,
So Alec Boehm is the longest shot on the board?
he has the least amount of home runs on the board with 11. Which I did think Alec Boehm was kind of a strange thing, but I'll give him credit. He's actually doing it.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, they just got to find 8 guys that'll want to do it. They
I
care who
don't
it
think,
is.
like, even though Gunnar Henderson is a really good hitter and he's hit a ton of home runs, I think he's too small. Like, I don't know that he can just keep mashing home runs forever and ever and ever. Same with
I
Bobby
hate
Witt
to
Jr.
keep saying the same answer to every one of your questions about the home run derby, but I just simply don't care.
Okay. Bobby Witt Jr., same thing. Not sure that he's going to hit a bunch of home runs. I think he's going to hit home runs. A bunch of them? I don't know. I'm going to have to go with Adolis Garcia as being the winner. It's his home park.
Adolis
He's got to put it on a show. I'm going to go with him at plus 600. I think those odds are pretty good.
6-1 odds.
Yeah.
All right, good for you. I'll let you bet for the both of us on that.
All right, I'm going to have you pick Alec Boehm at plus 1,800. No, I'm going to have you pick one of your favorite guys ever, Marcell Ozuna.
What are you giving me him for?
Because you said I could pick for you.
I don't like Marcell Ozuna.
All right, you're going with Pete Alonso. You're taking the.
No, I said no. No, I'm going with you.
Oh, you're going with me.
Yeah, you said Adolis Garcia, and I said you can. Yeah, you can. That's my pick too. You can pick for me. Is what I meant. It was like I'll take what you're picking.
Yes, that was okay. Misunderstood
See what
by
I mean?
me. But there you go. There are the odds for that, the home run derby, which starts at 5, and we'll be talking about it.
Awesome. I better go to break.
Wait, I thought your bets.
I do, but we're out of time, so they're not that important.
Okay.
Do you really want Champions League soccer qualifying tomorrow
No.
between HJK Helsinki
No.
and FK Panzevies?
Sorry. No.
That's all I got.
Okay.
So we're going to take a day off, give our pocketbooks a rest. More Gwynn and Chris after traffic. Very much appreciate y'all tuning into the program today. 3:24 is the time. Chris Ello here, Matt Skraby there, Tony Gwynn Jr., Idol, Gwynn and Chris, 97.3 The Fan. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, who is the worst all-star team you could pick this year? In other words, the all-star game coming up tomorrow. What's the opposite? The all non-star team, no star team.
I don't know.
I guess that's what it'd be.
I mean, are you saying the guys that? Because I could pick about 100 players that don't deserve to be on the All-Star team.
Yeah, no, I'm going to go by the worst player at each position in the first half of the season.
Okay.
And there's some really good players on this list. Like there's a bunch of guys that are, quote, really good that were awful the first half of the season. That's coming up. Also, Skraby and I give you our 3 biggest surprise teams and biggest disappointments in the first half of the season. A couple of all-star notes for you. Corbin Burns, named the starting pitcher for the American League.
Oh, I'm so happy that someone deserving is starting for one of the 2 teams.
All right. You and your hatred of Paul Skeens.
I don't hate Paul Skeens. I just think the hype is unreal.
After the picking of Paul Skeens, which people are looking forward to, the American League decided to go decidedly boring and yawn with Corbin Burns. Like, nobody cares about Corbin Burns starting this game. Everybody wants to tune in and watch Paul Skeens.
See, you
Why are you
you
saying
keep
I'm
putting
wrong?
words into people's mouth. They don't like the home run derby. Yes, they do. I have not met one person that is like, I will be in front of my TV for Paul Skeens and Paul Skeens only. I don't know anybody like that.
You know me.
If you're tuning in for Paul Skeens, you're one of the sheep out there that's falling for the
I haven't
bait.
seen him pitch yet.
Well, that's your fault. He's pitched 11 times this year.
This is my first time to watch him tomorrow night. Looking
And
forward to it.
I don't hate Paul Skeens. I just think the hype is unreal. Should he have been an all-star? Yes, he should have been an all-star. Should he get all of the fanfare that he's getting? No, he should not be.
Not his fault that he's getting it.
I
And
know.
baseball needs somebody to latch onto right about now. By the way, some additions to the All-Star team. If you missed it, Kyle Finnegan named to the National League roster. He replaces Ryan Helsley of the Cardinals.
What happened to him?
I don't know. Doesn't want to be in it, I guess. I don't know what everybody's got an issue one way or the other. Christopher Sanchez, Phillies got on. Hunter Green, Cincinnati got in. Teoscar Hernandez is moving into the starting lineup to replace Fernando. On the American League side, Andres Munoz, former Padre, got added. Anthony Santander got added. Jordan Westberg. Willie Castro, the Twins. And the final addition to the American League All-Star roster, Corey Seager.
Really? He's going to make it?
He could win the
I need that.
MVP of the All-Star game tomorrow. Rob Manfred could reprise his interview down at Globe Life Field with Corey Seager.
I absolutely need a Corey
would live
Seager.
for that.
Oh, yeah. If that happened, that is must watch.
make the whole All-Star game right there.
Yes, it would. Absolutely. 100% agree.
All right. You know what I haven't seen yet for the game? Starting lineups. Normally the Monday
What are you
before
talking
the
about? They've
All-Star.
been out for like 8 hours.
They have?
Yes.
Like the batting order?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed it.
Let me
Where
go get
is
him.
Profar batting?
9th.
What?
I believe he's 9th.
Get out of here.
I'm not kidding.
They put him last?
I guess.
Who did this?
Who did this, he says.
Oh, our guy from the Diamondbacks did this.
Torey Lavello.
Torey Lavello. Torey,
I'm looking at the lineups.
you're killing me.
Okay, here they are. For the National League,
He
it's
is batting last.
Ketel Marte.
Come on.
Putting a Diamondback up front, that's why. Ketel Marte is batting first, Ohtani second, Trey Turner third, Bryce Harper fourth, William Contreras fifth, Christian Yelich sixth, Alec Boehm seventh, Teoscar Hernandez eighth, Jerickson Profar is 9th, and then on the AL side, Quan, Henderson, Juan Soto, Aaron Judge, Yordan Alvarez, Jose Ramirez, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Adley Rutschman, and Marcus Simeon.
I'm beside myself in anger right now.
Why?
The next time the Diamondbacks come to town, I am booing the living crap out of my man, Torey Lovello. Jurickson Profar is having like the MVP season of the National League. Deserves a whole lot better than batting ninth.
Isn't a ninth a good spot for him?
No.
Why not?
Means they consider him to be the worst, most
That's
undeserving
not true.
member of that team.
They would like for him to drive in the runs at the end of the lineup, Chris.
Oh, listen to you.
They need
Mr. You think you know baseball.
It's 7, 8, 9. They need
Ninth
him to
is
drive
the
in.
worst spot you can be. You're the worst hitter on the team. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, Jacob is right. I mean, someone has to bat ninth, Chris.
Well, why Jurickson Profar? Bat your own guy ninth. Ketel Marte stinks.
Didn't you just say he was good last week?
It's all right. Not having a better year than Jurickson Profar.
I'm more offended that Teoscar Hernandez is starting over Jackson Merrill because Jackson Merrill's an actual center fielder.
Okay.
Ketel Marte has been on fire as of late. He's hit more home runs than Jurickson.
Oh, good. It's break time.
What, already?
Been looking forward to
What
that.
the heck? This show is like going so fast.
Been looking forward to that. More baseball when we come back, including the all no-star team for the first half of the season. Stick around. You can say a lot of things about me, Skrabe, but I get the beat.
You what?
I get the beat.
Are you a musician?
No, but I still get the beat.
I definitely do not.
If you love Mediterranean food, try Spiro's. Authentic Mediterranean cuisine. The best in Coronado, La Jolla. Also at Petco Park for dining takeout options. Visit SpirosCuisine.com. Chris Ello, Matt Skraby. Working our way through an off day in not just Padre baseball, but pretty much an off day in all of sports. The Home Run Derby does start in 90 minutes for those that are that excited about it.
Me.
Well, enjoy. The fireworks that come with it in Texas tonight. Coming up in this segment, Skraby's going to play a little baseball music. I don't know what you've got.
We got to go to traffic first.
Well, I'm just going to tell everybody what's coming up
Okay.
after traffic. We're going to take a look at the no-start team for Major League Baseball. I am shocked at some of the names that were that bad in the first half of this season.
There's some big names.
Some really big names were really, really bad. But first, let's check traffic.
From the 97.3 The Fan Traffic Center, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Drive-Thru Oil Change, your trusted instant drive-thru oil change. I'm not going to sugarcoat this, guys. People are driving like idiots on the roads this afternoon. Numerous crashes. Let me start with the North 5 coastline just before Delmar Heights Road. Crash over the right shoulder. On the southbound side before Manchester. Collision in the center divide. Now further south on the 5 before Garnett, we have reports of a stalled vehicle not showing if lanes are blocked. Also south 5 before the 15, 3-vehicle accident over the right shoulder. South 163 at Ash Street exit. Crash involving a motorcycle. That's over to the right shoulder. Southbound 805 past the split, 2-vehicle accident right shoulder. Further south just past Murray Ridge. Stalled car in the center divide. And eastbound 8 Fletcher Parkway. 2 right lanes are blocked with a collision. Stop by any of the 30 San Diego Valvoline Instant Oil Change Centers. You don't have to get out of your car. It usually only takes 15 minutes or less. Plus, you get a free courtesy check of your tires and battery. Visit SoCalOilChange.com for directions and discounts. SoCalOilChange.com. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
This is
That's all
the
you
most
got, huh?
baseball music I got.
That's what you got.
Oh, I guess I could go. I think Braden may have something else that's better.
I mean, honestly, with all due respect to that organist, whoever you recorded that from,
I didn't record
they
it from anyone.
just put the entire stands to sleep with that.
Why? What are you talking about? This is what we get all the time. It's a shame.
That's sad.
You know what? Yesterday I was at the game.
Yeah.
People are still into the 7th inning stretch.
Yeah.
Very into it. There. Are you happy with this music?
All right, that charges things up a little bit.
Okay.
All right, here's my all no-star team for Major League Baseball. First half of the season. These guys, I really can't believe how bad they are. And it gets worse when we get to the outfield. But I'm going to start at first base. Joey Meneses, Washington Nationals, actually not even with them anymore.
What?
Been sent to the minor leagues.
Oh, I thought you meant they released them.
Well, they kind of have. 3 home runs. 3 home runs. He's a major league starting first baseman. 231 average, 593 OPS, the 3rd lowest in baseball. Joey Meneses. At second base, former batting champion Jeff McNeil.
Oh, yeah. Good one.
The dirtbag from Long Beach State, now with the Mets.
Everybody stops for a second. Did he just say it? Oh, okay. Long Beach State.
Right. Jeff McNeil, former batting champ,
Yeah.
hit 216 the first half this season with only 24 RBIs, a 591 OPS.
Yeah, things did not go right for him.
Really bad. Shortstop, I got 2 guys here, but the bigger name of the guys that was horrible in the first half, Bo Bichette.
Oh, yeah.
Last year's batting champ. This year, 4 home runs, 222 batting average for Bo Bichette.
That's not good.
I mean, he wasn't just bad for like a little. He was bad the entire first half, all the way through. The only guy worse than him was Atlanta Braves shortstop Orlando Arcia, whose 577 OPS is the lowest in all of baseball. But Bichette's right there. In fact, I probably would just go with Bichette because he's a bigger name
Yeah,
than
I
Arcia.
mean, they've been hyping him ever since last year. It did not work out for him this year. Hopefully, he can do something.
And
better.
everybody's talking about, why we got to trade for Bo Bichette. What for?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying
Like
too.
Toronto's out of it, so we got to trade for Bo Bichette. Get Bo Bichette. Please, Bo Bichette.
Yeah,
Who wants Bo Bichette hitting
Yeah.
.222
I'm not sure either.
with 4 home runs?
Not sure either.
Third base, Osvaldo Cabrera, the Yankees. Always fun to get a Yankee in here. Cabrera lost his job for a time after 5 home runs and a .238 first half. Justin Turner's also on that list, although he played more first base. Justin Turner, 5 home runs, .231. I mean, father
what
time.
is he being brought in for, though?
Well, he was being brought in to be somewhat of a semblance of what he used to be, and that didn't happen for the Toronto Blue Jays. The outfield is especially star-studded.
Yeah, the
on the
outfield's
no-star team.
bad this year.
Let's start with the left fielder on the no-star team. How about Randy Arozarena?
That's a good one. I had him in mind.
202. Does have 12 home runs, but only 31 RBIs. I mean, Arozarena was basically heading for stardom if he wasn't already there.
Yeah.
And he's just barely over the 200 mark. Center fielder, this guy is like supposed to be the best player in all of baseball. Instead, he's Julio Rodriguez, 10 home runs, only 35 RBIs, 267 average. By the way, he seemed to get most of that last week in San Diego.
I was just about to say. Did he play the Padres the entire season? Because
No
if
kidding.
so, he is an all-star.
Yeah, because he got most of that here. He's got only a .318 on-base percentage and mix in 110 strikeouts. The right fielder might be the worst of all
Give
on
me the team.
no-star team. Because this guy, I wouldn't be surprised if you looked at some preseason publications that had him as NL MVP. And he's not only not the MVP, he might be the LVP, the least valuable player in baseball.
In the National League.
5 home runs, 2 of which he hit the other night. He only had 3 home runs till then. .212 batting average, the third lowest OPS for all outfielders in baseball. We're talking about Corbin Carroll. Really an awful first half for him.
5 home runs.
Yeah, but 2 of them, as I said, were the other night. My catcher, I didn't have a great catcher, so I thought I'd go with Cal Raleigh, Seattle. He's got 20 homers. Seems like you wouldn't put him on
that's a lot.
on a no-star team, but he only has like 20 other hits. He's hitting .216 with 118 Ks and a .299 on base.
And one of those home runs was a deep shot.
Sorry,
to
2
Petco.
of them in one game
He hit
against
2?
the Padres last
How
week.
did I guess
2
I
in
put
one
out
game.
one of those home runs of my mind.
Starting pitchers, you want the righty or the lefty?
Let's go, because I'm a righty, let's go righty.
Righty Pablo Lopez, Minnesota Twins. He's got 8 wins, but a horrifying 5.11 ERA. One of the worst in baseball among pitchers who qualify. 18 home runs he's allowed, 5th most. Left-hander, and I only didn't pick Blake Snell because he's had so many injuries.
Yeah.
But Blake, and because we like him, but man, he really was bad when he pitched.
Yeah. Well, he
but
almost had a perfect game yesterday, I think.
I know.
He went into like the 6th, I think.
I know. But the worst lefty in baseball is just the worst pitcher in baseball. And he is.
Oh, wait. Patrick Corbin?
Oh, yeah.
I knew it.
He's got a 1-9 record. He's got the worst ERA of any pitcher in baseball, 5.57. And he's got the highest whip, 1.54. He simply is statistically the worst pitcher in baseball. He makes $35 million a year. Thank you.
It's coming to an end soon.
Wow. Reliever, I went with Michael Kopech of the White Sox.
He just had an immaculate inning.
That's about all he's done. He's 2-8 with a 5.05 ERA, which is not great for a closer.
No, that's not great at all for a closer.
That's my no-start team. There might be some other guys who deserve spots. But that's, when you consider, right, if you drafted your fantasy team this year and you got Corbin Carroll, Julio Rodriguez, and Bo Bichette.
You're feeling pretty good.
And Randy Arozarena, you'd say,
Feeling
hey,
really
I'm on
good.
my way.
Yeah.
I'm on my way, man. Those are my first 4 picks. I'm good.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And, man,
Why do you think
it's not good?
Why do you think guys fall off like they do? Like Corbin Carroll,
Corbin Carroll's hard to explain. I think Julio Rodriguez was explained pretty well by the writer we had on from Seattle
Ryan
last
Divish.
week. Yeah, said that he started tinkering with his swing and tried to, be a little more powerful. And he just said he wrecked a good thing. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And he tried to fix it. And he's never been able to figure it out.
Except for if he plays in Petco Park.
Except for the 4-for-4 game he had in Petco Park.
Yes, correct.
All right, we got
It's
a few
pretty good
minutes
team.
left.
Pretty good team.
It's a pretty good team, but in reality, it's a pretty bad team
Well, yes.
because they all stink right now. All right, what do you have for most disappointing teams in baseball? Let's start there.
Okay.
And I want you to rate it from 3 to 2 to 1.
And one is most.
One is the
disappointing?
most disappointing team in baseball in your eyes.
Okay.
All right, so who's the third most disappointing team in baseball to you?
I will say the Cubs. And the
The
reason I
Cubs?
say the Cubs is because they hired
Craig Counsell?
Yes, thank you. I forgot his name for a second. They hired him. Everybody thought the Cubs were going to be a NL Central contender. They are in last place right now, and they are in last place behind the Reds. Pirates have a better record. The Cardinals have a better record. The Brewers have a better record. And the Cubs have went from a playoff team to a no playoff team real quick. So I'll say the most disappointing is the Cubs.
Third most.
Third most. Dansby Swanson could be put on that list of disappointing players.
If
He's
it wasn't
hitting
for Bo Bichette, he might
he's
have
hitting
been.
212.
I had the Cubs also
Really? That's
as my
interesting.
third most disappointing team. They're 47-51. They're last in that division. They're 8.5 games out of first place, despite Craig Counsell and everything he was supposed to do for them. The one thing I will say for the Cubs, though, despite having a better record in the National League, or a worse record in the National League than every other team besides the Marlins, Nationals, and Rockies, the Cubs are only 3.5 games out of a wild card spot.
That is true.
That's how crazy the National League is right now.
Yeah.
But I placed the Cubs third most disappointing. All right, who do you have second most disappointing?
My second most disappointing team would have to be the Rangers, coming off of a World
The
Series
Rangers.
title. They just have not played well all season long, and we kind of saw it when the Padres played them. But Garcia's not hitting. Just things have not worked for them this year. And so I'm going to say the Rangers are my second most disappointing team.
Man, you must have looked at my list. I got the Rangers also, number 2.
Whoa.
Second most disappointing team in baseball. They are the World Series champs. They're also 4 games under 500. They're in 8th position in the wild card race. That means there's 6 teams between them and getting in.
Yeah.
They're 7.5 behind. But the one thing I'll say for the Rangers, they won 7 of the last 10. And they're only 5 back of Seattle in the division. But, yeah, Texas has to be the second most. All right, so if you have the first most and the same as me, then that's crazy. Who's your most disappointing team in baseball right now?
I'm tempted to say the Padres, but I'm not going to put them on that list.
Oh, God.
I'm going to say it's either between the Blue Jays or the Rays for me.
You can't go with the Padres when they've won about as many games as they were picked to win. Go ahead. Who's your
Season's
most
not over
disappointing
yet.
team?
My most disappointing team would have to be the Rays. The Rays are in it every single year. The Rays always have a great record. The Rays are always at the top of the AL East. Not this year. They have been struggling this year, and Randy Arozarena is leading those struggles. So when your superstars struggle, your team's going to struggle. I'm going to say the Rays.
Tampa Bay, the most disappointing team in baseball, despite a record of 48-48. I will say this. They are minus 63 in run differential.
That's
which is
huge.
pretty poor.
That is poor.
For a team of their normal
Their
capabilities.
XWL is 41-55. Meaning,
Oh, my God.
Meaning
Whatever that is.
they should be 41-55 according to the run differential.
Wow. My most disappointing team, you're going to laugh. The Atlanta Braves are the most disappointing team in baseball in the first half of the season. I realize
I am
what
going
their
to laugh
record
because
is.
I considered them, but they're second place. They're in the wild card.
They're 8.5 games behind the Phillies in a division that they are expected to win by 25 games. The Braves' over-under numbers this year were right around 100 wins. Now, I know that they've had injuries, but that's part of the disappointment. Certainly losing Spencer Strider before it all started, losing Ronald Acuna, being without Michael Harris and whoever else. The Braves are my most disappointing team in the first half.
Well, if I knew I could pick a team that's already in the playoffs, I may have picked the Braves, but
All right.
I mean, there are plenty of disappointing teams this year.
All right. Who do we have for the biggest surprise teams in baseball? And we'll start with you again. Who do you have as the third most surprising team in the first half?
I would say the third most surprising team in the first half would be the Pittsburgh Pirates.
The Pirates, the Pirates.
The Pirates, even though Paul Skeens is on their team and I apparently can't stand anything to do. I'm being mislabeled as a Paul Skeens hater. I am not.
You never say anything nice about the guy.
I am not a Paul Skeens the person hater. I am Paul Skeens portrayed in the media hater.
Okay.
Pirates, 48-48. They've been fighting all year. They've won 7 out of their last 10. I think Paul Skeens has reinvigorated that franchise. So I didn't expect them to be 500 at the break, so I'm going to say them.
Pirates are only a game and a half out of a wild card spot. That's pretty good for the Pirates.
That was very good for the Pirates.
My third most surprising team in baseball this year is the Boston Red Sox, who have the same record as my most disappointing team, the Atlanta Braves. The Red Sox are 53-42. Did not expect them to be in contention this year. They've won 7 of the last 10. If you look at most of the preseason AL East prognostications, Boston was dead last. They're anything but that. As a matter of fact, they're in the playoffs if they started today. They also have the second most road wins in all of baseball.
Wow.
They've won 29 games in a row. Only the Yankees have won more.
That's a lot.
I'll take the Red Sox as my third most surprising team. Who do you have number 2?
Looking at the standings real quick, the Yankees are still 18 games over 500. If I were to, because I haven't really looked at the standings, I'm being dead serious. If I were to look at these standings or look at what the Yankees fans have been saying, I would be like, what are you guys complaining about? I didn't realize time was going so fast, so I'm going to say my should we carry this over, Chris?
Yeah, we'll
All
have
right.
our top 2
Sorry.
most surprising teams in baseball when we come back.
What is this, a holiday? It's not a holiday, is it? It feels like a holiday.
See if anybody wants to play some Chris versus the fans out there. Win some trivia prizes. 833-288-0973. Today might be a good day to call because I just have a feeling there's going to be some lines wide open. As Gwynn and Chris continues. Heading into the 4 o'clock hour here on Gwynn and Chris. Chris Ello, Tony Gwynn Jr., idle today. Matt Skraby alongside in the Odyssey Palace. Oh, my God, Skraby, I can't contain myself. The
1 hour.
Home Run Derby is just an hour away.
1 hour remaining, everybody.
Padres ease into the All-Star break. Stumble into the All-Star break is probably more like it. 50-49. Game over 500. I was looking at the Padres to just see how 500 they really are. Talked about how they're 1 game over 500 at home. They're even on the road. They're 10-12 in one-run games. They're 2 games over in the day, 1 game under in the night. They're 1 game under on grass. They're 2 games over on turf. They're 3 games over against righties, 2 games under against lefties. Just every category screams 500. There's one division, though, that the Padres have a winning record against in the National League. It's not this division. They're under 500 in the West.
The Central?
They're also under 500 in the East.
So it's the Central.
Yeah, they're 14-8 against the Central. American League record, they're 11-12. They're under 500 there.
And the American League Central is not very good.
Well, no, in the American League overall, that's what I mean. In the whole American League, they're 11-12. They start the second half in Cleveland, then in Washington, which should be, I hope it's, give me some. Those are some fireworks I don't mind watching.
The fighting fireworks.
Yeah, some scraps.
You know there's going to be something.
I would think.
Because everybody
Mike Schultz says he's not going to start it, but he sure will finish it.
Doesn't need to come from Mike Schultz, does it?
See if he starts something. So you got Cleveland, D.C., and then you got Baltimore. And then when you get home, Dodgers. First 2 games here. So, it's a tough little stretch coming up for the Friars. All right, Skraby and I will finish up our countdown of the top 2, I guess we had left. Most surprising teams in baseball. But I want to spend a little more time on it. So we got people waiting on hold right now to play Chris versus the fans.
Okay.
So I'm going to get to those fine people who now have a chance to be qualified for a trip to Rio, Las Vegas. It includes a 2-night stay, dinner for 2, and a day bed at the Rio pool. Exactly what is a day bed? It's really not much of a bed, is it? It's more of just
I think it's like a lounge
a
chair
lounge pillow that's large.
that you do during the day.
Yeah.
That you fall asleep on during the day, maybe?
Normally, yes. So I guess that's why they call it a day bed. The Rio Las Vegas is back, baby. New ownership, newly remodeled rooms, 4 sparkling new pools, and a brand new food hall. It's all ready for you now. And your next Vegas escape, beyond the unexpected, beyond the strip, beyond your wildest dreams. Rio Las Vegas, the rhythm of Vegas. Book now at riolasvegas.com.
If you had one shot, one opportunity to take down the human almanac himself,
Howdy do.
now is your time.
Listen to me, this guy is dangerous.
Now is your opportunity to win a prize.
Well, I hope you know what you're in for.
Chris versus the fans starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, you have to make it through 3 questions. Each question is going to get more difficult as we go along. If you get the question right, you move on. If you get it wrong, then and Chris gets it right, you're eliminated. But if Chris gets it wrong, then you move on to the next question or you win. If you are a first-time player, what was that? Then let us know before we get into it, and you'll get the first question for free today. Chris just wiping the floor with everyone last week.
I got something big.
Oh.
Just came down.
Oh, gosh, what?
Posted no more than a few hours ago.
This better be big.
This is.
What is it?
Good Morning Football.
Oh, God, I don't even want to talk about it.
Is officially set to return.
Officially
Set to return to the NFL Network. Only this time with more content than ever.
I saw this morning. I don't...
What is that? More content than ever. What are you going to just jam more stuff in? What are you going to do?
I've watched that Good Morning
what are you
Football
gonna do?
show for years ago.
Yeah.
And it was good, I don't know, 5 years ago. I don't know how many people are clicking on to Good Morning Football in the morning.
Evidently not many. They took it off the air, but they're bringing it back with more content than ever. Starting July. They got 2 weeks to get all that content ready.
Yeah, they had to go on hiatus for some reason. I don't know.
Because it wasn't good. Just wasn't
There you go.
good.
Chris probably has never seen an episode of Good Morning Football.
I will tell you this. One of the new faces on the program, our guy, Akbar Baja Biamila.
I did see that this
Good
morning.
for Akbar.
Yeah.
I hope
I
hope everybody watches his segments.
Are you going to walk back your comments on Good Morning Football now?
No, I'm just laughing because they're jamming in more content than ever. I just think that's funny.
It's an easy way to say. We'll see. Well, it's easy to say it. We'll see if it's actually true.
We'll find out if it's any good or not. I'll be the judge of that.
All right, let's go to our first contestant. I would say let's go with...
Do I need to get the dice out for you?
No.
All right.
Let's go with Luis in
Okay.
Lemon Grove.
Hi, Luis. How are you?
Hello?
Hello, Luis. Are you there?
He's there.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
He's
Okay.
ready. Good
You
luck,
ready
Luis.
to play?
Yes, sir.
All right,
He's
here
ready.
we go.
You don't have to call Skraby sir, by the way.
You can call me sir if you would like to.
No, you don't have to, though.
All right.
My boy's great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Skraby.
Who got the win in Saturday's Padres-Braves game?
Dylan Cease.
Dylan Cease is correct. Nice job.
You said it, but I will second it.
You will second it? You didn't know, did you?
No, I'm seconding the fact that he is. You said this to me off the air, and I'm seconding it.
What?
He's the most inconsistent baseball pitcher I've ever seen.
I don't know about ever seen.
Ever.
but He is pretty inconsistent.
He's
can
got to be ever
lights
because
out or mediocre.
He's not just good or bad. He's historically good. When he's good,
Yeah.
it's 7 innings, 1 hit.
Yeah.
When
11
he's good,
strikeouts.
yeah. When he's bad, he's out of the game in the 4th inning.
Yeah.
It's weird.
He's got time to iron that out the rest of the season.
We'll see.
All right, here's question number 2, Luis. I'm going to name some players. You tell me what team they played on together. Austin Hedges, Connor Joe, Rich Hill.
Team did those 3 guys play together on, Luis?
Austin
The
Hedges.
Pirates.
The
got it.
Pirates is correct.
Luis. That's not boo, they're saying. That's Luis.
That's Luis.
Way to go, Luis. You got
All
one
right.
more to go for
Wow.
the prize.
Third and final question. You get this right, Chris gets it wrong, you're qualified for Las Vegas.
Good luck. Here we go.
And then we get to hear some more hot takes on Good Morning Football from Chris. In the 1960s, only 3 players hit more than 50 home runs in a single season. Roger Maris, Mickey Mantle, and which other player?
In the entire decade of the
In
60s.
the 1960s, only 3 players had hit more than 50 home runs in a single season. Roger Maris, Mickey Mantle, and what other player?
I'm going to go with Willie Mays.
Willie Mays. Wow, that is incredible.
Oh, wow.
Luis, you're one of the best players I've ever
Yeah,
seen.
that is really good, I gotta say.
Very good, Luis.
Stay right there. I'm gonna get you in the break. You gotta wait a little bit longer though, because we gotta talk about some things.
I got to
But
just
that-
tell you right now, I have one thing to say in response to that performance.
What?
Luis.
You weren't booing him. You were Louis.
No, that was
You
for
were Louing him.
Luis. Willie Mays, Mickey Mantle, and Roger Maris.
Yep.
Maris and Mantle famously did it together
Yep.
in the 1961 season when they both went after Babe Ruth's record. Maris got it largely because Mantle got injured and fell off the pace. Roger Maris was so nervous going after Babe Ruth's record. Did you hear? Do you know this?
I've seen the movie. Yeah.
His hair started falling
Yeah.
out,
Which
just
is crazy.
clops of his hair.
Because, by the way, he was on the same team as Babe Ruth, so it's not like the record was going to go to someone else.
Well, Maris and Mantle, but to come up with Mays, 1965, very good.
Stay there, Luis. I got into a wormhole of
Well
Babe
done,
Ruth
Luis.
over the weekend for some reason. I don't know why or how, but did you know at one point in his career He tried to track down a fly ball. He ran into a cement wall. He knocked himself out. He needed 5 minutes to come to. They put him back in the outfield, and he played the second game of the doubleheader that day.
Different days and age.
Legitimately knocked himself out by running into a concrete wall in the stadium.
They probably woke him up by splashing vodka in his face.
Maybe they would put like bourbon, something like that. But Babe Ruth, like those, I kind of wish I could go back in time. They always say, "What would you go back in time?" And
you'd like to see Babe. You'd like to see the Bambino play.
I just want to see some of those days where like hitting a wall and knocking yourself out doesn't mean you're out for 10 days. It means you're back in 5 minutes.
The Bambino.
The Bambino.
The fastest player in baseball history. All you have to do is watch the footage. Nobody gets around the bases like the Babe.
Yeah, that's hilarious. This is really good.
All right, Luis just crushed Chris vs. the Fans today. Knocked everybody out before it ever got started. So I happen to land on this page, Skraby.
Oh, no.
And while we have a minute.
I don't know about these things that Chris comes up with.
NFL.com. The page is the biggest storylines for each team this season in the NFC West. That's a division that you know something about, Scrape.
Yeah,
49ers are in that division.
My guess is
what you got?
Winning the big game.
Number one storyline, Brandon Ayuk.
I'm so over this.
Future continues to be the big storyline. He did not attend mandatory mini camp.
I understand
Said
what he's
recently
doing.
it's likely he'll be in a Niners uniform, but let's not forget that the Niners spent their first-round pick on a wide receiver, Ricky Pearsall.
I hate that argument, but it makes sense. I'm so over this Brandon Ayuk thing. I couldn't be more disenchanted. I've been using that word a lot lately. Disenchanted with the entire process of
Number
everything.
2 storyline, you hit it. Can the 49ers finally win the big one?
Yeah.
Yeah, come on. They've won. It's not fair. This 49er team, maybe, but the 49ers have won 5 Super Bowls. Give me, it'd be one thing if this was the Lions and they've never been there, but the 49ers have had plenty of success. I don't think that this is a stain on the franchise that they've, just missed going to the Super Bowl the last couple of years. Honestly, I don't. I know you do because you have to live with it. Number 3 storyline for the 49ers, Brock Purdy.
What about him? Can he continue his great play?
Since being the final pick of the 2022 draft, he leads the NFL in winning percentage. He also leads in TD to interception ratio, 48-14. He threw all 14 interceptions in that one game against Baltimore last
He
year.
did. You're right.
Man, that was bad. He does head into training camp fully healthy after spending last offseason recovering from a UCL injury. Yeah, I think Brock Purdy's pretty good.
Oh, now you're admitting it finally.
Oh, once they pay him, you're totally lost. You lose your advantage.
I think Brock Purdy will work for minimum wage if they asked him to.
Christian McCaffrey is the next big story. I'm not quite sure why. He's getting $19 million a year. He's the highest paid running back. He's also going to be on the cover of Madden 25. So they're worried about that, I guess. And then finally, the last storyline for your team, the Niners entered 2024 with a new defensive coordinator. Do you know who it is?
I can't remember his name.
Don't know your defensive coordinator's name, huh?
It's not Brandon Staley, is it?
No, you better learn his name because Tony and I are going to be making fun of the guy all year, so you better get it down.
Why?
Well, because every time they give up, 2 touchdowns, we're going to be on his case.
Who is it?
Your guy is Nick Sorensen, taking over after the club blamed last season's Super Bowl loss 100% on Steve Wilkes, which was kind of a chicken bleep move, if you ask me.
I don't know that anyone ever blamed it on Steve Wilkes.
That's what they did by firing him. Come on.
Well, it's okay to fire someone who had a terrible showing. They didn't blame him.
Did Steve Wilkes have a bad coaching job in the Super Bowl?
I don't know.
Or did Kyle Shanahan?
To be honest, I don't know.
Yes, you do. Who were you more upset with after the Super Bowl?
I think
Steve Wilkes or Kyle Shanahan? Don't change your answer.
I think the Super Bowl was lost the minute Dre Greenlaw tore his Achilles running on the field.
Excuses.
At least I have some.
All right. I could get to the Miami Dolphins storylines, but there's not time, and nor are they that interesting.
Hey, the chat is not going to get under my skin with this Brock Purdy thing.
Are they trying?
Oh, yeah. 49ers won't win the Super Bowl until they have a legitimate quarterback.
Ooh, shots fired from the chat.
I would like to see another quarterback that has been to multiple NFC championship games.
It's been to 2.
Yeah.
Survived 1.
Yes,
Got a
he didn't survive the
50%
other.
survival rate.
They didn't have a quarterback in their other one.
That was one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen in the history of the NFL.
I don't know that it was embarrassing.
Not to the Niners, just to the NFL.
Oh, not to have
that
an
you get
emergency
to
quarterback?
a championship game and a running back is playing quarterback. It was the championship game. It wasn't just like some,
No, Josh Johnson played quarterback.
Well,
Josh Johnson was also put on the team earlier that week.
Yeah. I mean, this wasn't just like a Scott Hansen game on a Sunday.
No.
This was for all the marbles.
Yeah, they had no shot.
Gwynn and Chris comes back after a check of traffic. Good job by you, Luis.
From the 90s.
All right, welcome back to Gwynn and Chris. Luis just schooled us on how to play Chris versus the Fans. Schooled the rest of us, I guess. Man, he was good. Got Willie Mays, who did the 50 home run thing in 1965. Luis was born 30-plus years after that.
Yeah.
He still came up with the answer.
Luis knows his sports.
He did. He does. He's a big Lions fan, he said. So Skraby hung up on him and didn't allow him to win the prize.
That's not true
I can't believe you would do that.
That's not
Be
true.
so catty as to do that. Just because the Lions are going to take away your championship this year.
That is not true.
You're worried about it. Skraby and I were in the midst of counting down the top 3 most surprising teams in baseball this year. First half of the season, the time clock got in the way of that countdown.
Yes, it did.
So maybe somebody was waiting around to see how our countdown finished up. I had the Red Sox as the 3rd most surprising team in baseball. You had the Pirates.
Yes.
So let's quickly do the top 2.
Okay, I'm looking for our MLB music again. There we go.
All right, so your second most surprising team right now is?
Let me get back to my notes.
Oh, your notes. You
Yes,
don't have
I'm
it
sorry.
memorized?
No, I do not. You go first.
Kansas City Royals are my number 2 most surprising team in baseball. The Royals, basically year after year after year, they're at the bottom basement of the league. But not this year. 52-45, just 2 games back of a wild card spot in the American League. Royals get off to the very fast start. They've really kind of hung in there.
Yeah.
You know, I expected them to kind of fade by now. But here they are with 65 games to play, chasing Boston for that last wild card. Kansas City's my second most surprising team.
I'm going to say the Guardians.
The Guardians, the Guards.
The Guards. They have been so good this year. There's never really been a moment where it's like, oh, are the Guardians any good, or are they just on a hot streak? You kind of just know they're good, and they consistently win. They're 58-37, plus 85 run differential, and yeah, my number 2 most surprising team is the Guards. I didn't think they were going to be as dominant as they have been in their division so far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My most surprising team in baseball is the team with the best record in the American League right now. The Guardians.
Oh, wow.
That's right. The Guardians have a better record than the Yankees. They have a better record than the Orioles. They're clearly better than the, Mariners and Astros and everybody else. The Guardians have the best record in the American League at the All-Star break. Who guessed that? Come on, nobody.
Nobody
guessed
I was
that.
trying to think, but nobody.
Nobody guessed that. The Guardians were 76-86 last season. 10 games under 500, 11 games out of first place. Nowhere near a playoff spot. The Guardians.
The Gods.
I still hate calling them the Guardians, but, we got to do what we got to do.
Yes, we do, Chris. We got to do what we got to do.
It really doesn't make a lot of sense that the Guardians are in place, the Commanders are in place, in a world where the Blackhawks and the Braves and some of these other teams still play.
Yeah.
That's the only issue I have, the inconsistency of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
My number 1 team.
Who's your most surprising team in baseball, Skraby? Let me guess.
Okay. Go for it.
Oh, I think I know.
Who?
I
I don't think you know.
Yes, I do.
Okay, tell me who.
I think you're picking a team that is named after a bunch of big old chubby guys sitting around a bar knocking cold ones down.
that is not true.
No?
I'm not a Brewer.
You're not picking the Brewers as your most surprising team?
No, and
Wow.
I think this is going to be a controversial pick because this team was not picked to be last or anything, and they're doing well. But the Houston Astros started out worse than any team that we've talked about today. And now they have worked their way back to over 500. They have worked their way back to 1 game behind the Mariners. They were so bad, Chris. Do you remember how bad they were? Josh Hader blowing saves every other day. They were just losing at an alarming rate. They were well under 500. Fans were starting to lose their mind, and something clicked with the Houston Astros, and they have been so good ever since.
They were 12-24. That was their low water mark.
That's pretty bad.
Since then, they've gone 38-22. So that's pretty good.
That is pretty good. But surprised
I don't
because
see how you could make them a surprise team. They win the American League
I
pennant
know.
every year.
No, I say they're a surprise team because they started out so horribly.
Because you gave up on them.
Yes, I think a lot of people did.
Yeah, that's not even a controversial decision. That's just a bad one.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
You're welcome.
I appreciate Chris's support today, even though I can't even remember which teams he said.
Not coming. No support coming your way. All right. When we return, we got a big 5 to get to.
Yes, we do.
And by that time, the home run derby will get underway, and you can just do play-by-play of Pete Alonso hitting the ball over the fence time and again.
What if it doesn't go over the fence? Then it'll be surprising.
It's all coming up on Gwynn and Chris.
Ben and Woods on the Fan.
This is how we began.
Okay, I want to hear it, and then we'll judge ourselves if we missed it.
All right, welcome back to Gwynn and Chris, 4:36 the time. Chris, hello. Tony Gwynn Jr., not here today. Matt Skraby alongside. By the way, coming up at 6 o'clock tonight, Skraby Chronicles. Skraby will take an hour to chronicle everything that's happened in the sporting world today.
You're complaining about
Don't
nothing
know
to
how
talk
you're going to
about.
do that.
I was going to say.
As we continue to try and flail away at the sports world on this ho-hum of a Monday.
I haven't been to Wednesday yet, and I said Wednesday might be the slowest day of the year, but I'm beginning to rethink that, Chris.
Yeah, you're starting to think more about the Monday thing. It's been kind of a slow day. Did you get this story about Terrell Davis today?
He got arrested, I thought.
He did. Well, let's see. He was handcuffed and removed from a flight.
Oh, no.
Following a false accusation by a flight attendant. I can tell you this. I've been on a flight with Terrell Davis before, not
Really?
me and him.
Oh.
But he was on it, and I remember this because it was with the women's basketball team, and they were all going crazy. That's Terrell Davis, Terrell Davis. He could not have been a nicer person.
Really?
One of the nicest guys I'd ever really come across. But apparently on this one, he was on a United Airlines flight, Denver to Orange County. One of his sons asked a flight attendant for a cup of ice.
Okay.
Ooh, sounds like it's pretty risque. The flight attendant either didn't hear or ignored his request and continued past our row. I calmly reached behind me and lightly tapped his arm, Davis said. So he tapped the flight attendant's arm to get his attention and again asked for a cup of ice for my son. His response and the events that followed should stun all of us. And the flight attendant said, or Davis said, the flight attendant shouted, "Don't hit me."
Did anybody else see this?
Davis said he had no further interactions with the flight attendant, but when the plane landed, the pilot asked all passengers to remain seated. 6 FBI agents and local authorities aboarded the plane, placed him in handcuffs.
Seems like a lot.
United Airlines officials told the Denver Post that the flight attendant involved in the encounter has been removed from duty while we, quote, closely review this matter. There you go.
Sounds like we don't have enough information.
The airline says that this is clearly not the kind of travel experience we strive to provide. Oh,
you think so?
We're United Airlines, and we'll get you arrested at your destination. You can be sure of it.
Yeah. We'll have FBI agents waiting for you.
Yeah,
as
he
you
said.
get off the plane.
He said United Airlines. We have reached out to Mr. Davis's team to apologize. Sounds like they're apologizing, which tells me that they don't really think. Because I guess the only case the flight attendant and the airline would have is if Davis actually hit the person.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
But he says he was just trying to, tap the guy's arm and get his attention.
That's quite.
Again, I can only speak.
Stories there.
I can only speak to this much about Terrell Davis, and that's the time I met him on that plane, and he just could not have been a nicer guy. Could not have been. Serious. So,
I believe you.
I don't know what. No, it doesn't really have anything to do with this.
No.
But I am assuming that somebody must have witnessed this.
Yeah. I mean, a whole plane full?
Yeah. So Terrell Davis, crazy stuff. I got to tell you, man, that I don't care who you are and how little you did, but if 6 FBI agents boarded a plane and handcuffed you, that would be, an experience that would be tough to forget.
Yes.
Right?
That would not be a very comfortable experience at all.
No. And as he says here, it was in front of his whole family.
That's embarrassing. And in front of the whole plane.
Yeah. Okay. That's that. Here's traffic. Let's see if Skraby can beat that in the Big Five.
From the 97.3 The Fan Traffic Center, here's Kelly Danick.
Still a number of trouble spots on our roads this afternoon. New crash on southbound side of the 5 before SeaWorld Drive. Those vehicles are over the right shoulder. And an accident involving a motorcycle clear on South 163 at Ash Street. Everything is over to the right shoulder. Been a lot of problems in the North County. Northbound 5 accident cleared near Delmar Heights Road a little while ago. But now reports of crash North 5 just past Cannon. We've got A couple vehicles involved in this one. Tow trucks on scene, got the slow lane blocked, and traveling on northbound 15 before West Bernardo. There is a collision involving a couple vehicles. Not showing if any lanes are blocked. Up ahead near Auto Parkway, got another accident. This one is now over the right shoulder. I'm Kelly Danik with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
It's that time of the show when we check on the latest in sports. Only the most important topics and questions are brought to light.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
These news stories will astound and amaze you. The one, the only.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
The Big Five starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, let's get into it, Chris. We'll try. We'll try to bring you something from the Big Five today. I promise I am into the Big Five today. And since we don't have any Padres to start the Big Five, I'm just wasting time if you can't tell, Chris.
What, you're still looking for stories?
No, I have all my stories. But there's no Padres news today, so we are going to start with this story.
Number 5.
And number 1 overall NFL pick, Caleb Williams, has not signed his rookie contract yet with the Bears, the Chicago Bears.
That could be big.
Yeah, here is NFL Network's Ian Rappaport talking about it with NFL Network.
Williams, a little bit of a different story. Now, he is eventually going to get a 4-year, $39.5 or so million fully guaranteed deal with most or all of his signing bonus up front. His situation's a little different because instead of an agent, he has more of, I would say, like a board of directors. He does not have an official NFL agent. He has an agent helping him, and then he has lawyers who are working on the deal. And sometimes, because of the way it's structured, this can take a little longer. Like many things in Caleb Williams', let's say, off-the-field situation business, it is a little unorthodox, it is a little not usual, but still, I would be surprised if there was an issue here. And even if there is an issue, you're right, things don't really get really real until the veterans show up, so in due time, this one's going to happen.
He says in due time, but my question is to you, Chris, is why would you not sign your rookie contract? What's the problem? From what I understand, most rookie contracts are already basically written for you. Your first 5 years are a certain thing.
Here's my thing on Caleb Williams, and I do not know because I don't know him, nor do I have any insight.
Yes.
But I have 2 words that I would use to describe Caleb Williams from the outside looking in.
Okay.
Those 2 words would be high and maintenance.
Yes.
And I'd put them together. And I don't think he's necessarily high, but he definitely seems to be high maintenance. And he seems like the kind of guy that maybe with all these different people advising him, just can't figure it out exactly what he wants or what he needs. But this doesn't really surprise me just based on kind of his game plan at USC. I'll say this. I watched Hard Knocks last week, and Caleb Williams was on there.
Well, what do you think?
Because, it was the New York Giants, and they were interviewing all the rookie quarterbacks.
Okay.
And they had the camera in the room while they were interviewing them. It was very interesting to see what Brian Dable, the coach, and some of the others asked. One of the questions Brian Dable asked Caleb Williams was, what are you going to do if you come to New York, we draft you or, trade up to get whatever. You come to New York, you're with the Giants, you start the season 0-3. And you're struggling to learn the offense, and the media in New York is just crushing you. What are you going to do?
What do you say?
He said he's going to go back to the stands and cry with his friends.
No, he did not.
Like he did at USC.
No, he did not.
No, he didn't say that.
I was going to say.
He didn't say that. Of course he didn't say that, but I think that question seemed like it was born out of that incident, I mean, he gave the right answer, whatever that, whatever he was told to tell him.
I'll go back and work hard.
Yeah. Just keep working hard. Put my head down, work hard.
I don't know.
I'm worried about Caleb Williams' success. Maybe I'm like, if you ask me, is he going to be closer to Bryce Young or to CJ Stroud?
Bryce Young.
I think he's going to be closer to Bryce Young. I don't think now CJ Stroud set such a high bar for a rookie quarterback, but Caleb seems like he just needs a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
And but
now, I will say,
they gave him a bunch of stuff, though. They gave him, who'd they give him? The wide receiver.
Oh, Keenan Allen. They get Rome Odunze.
God, I mean,
he's
you know,
got more
surrounding
support
him.
than Justin Fields ever had.
Yeah.
But I will say Caleb Williams is one of 5 first-round picks that have not signed their rookie contract yet. But you're right. There's nothing wrong with doing things different. There's nothing wrong with doing things unorthodox, I think is the word that Ian Rappaport used. But to me, there is something wrong when you're making people wait on you. And I don't know that they are waiting on him, but they have a game, Chris, in like 16 days, right? August 1st is their opening game against the Texans.
In the Hall of Fame game.
In the Hall of Fame game. What?
Yeah. Caleb Williams seems
How
to
is
me,
he even practicing with the team
again,
right now?
This is outside looking in because I'm not there, but he looks like a kind of guy that needs the spotlight to be on him, not the team. And I think it's he's going about it all the wrong way.
We're going to learn a lot about Caleb Williams this year and how he handles things, and I hope that he's good because
I hope he shows up early enough to even start on opening week.
Yeah.
You don't just roll into camp 2 days before the first game and they go, here's the keys to the car.
Yeah, you have to work at it all off.
It's the NFL.
Season.
They're
Yeah.
going to give you that.
Yeah, we'll see
I
what
don't
happens.
care who they
but
have on that roster.
Seems a little strange to me. We'll see what happens there.
Number 4.
Now to golf.
That was a good story.
Thank you.
I'll be the judge of the next 4 as well.
At the Scottish Open over the weekend, there was a rule used by Scottish golfer Bob McIntyre many people are annoyed with, even though it is a rule.
Oh,
On
my
the
goodness.
16th hole yesterday,
Is there
he hit
any sport that has dumber rules than golf?
You love golf. Will you stop disparaging golf? On the 16th hole yesterday, he hit
You
it
love
into the
golf.
rough and had a really, really, really bad lie in the rough. And so some golfers thought, hey, if he was going to hit that ball, he may have gotten it 50 yards, and that was about it. But the rule said he can move the ball since it was so close to a sprinkler head. And other golfers were very annoyed because this was his get-out-of-jail-free card. He basically got to place it wherever he wanted in the rough to give himself a really good lie. He moved it to a better lie, hit a good shot, things went his way, and he ended up winning the Scottish Open. Chris, should you be able to make your lie better in the rough?
I should, but not him.
Professionals.
Right, yeah, I should, and I do.
Yeah, you just kind of fluff it up a
Kick
little
it
bit.
a little bit, yeah, give it a little tap.
Kick it a little bit.
You know. Because really, I mean, those shots are really hard sometimes from deep in the rough when you're just a, regular golfer. But no, I think the pros should have to pay the price.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, I do. I'm not trying to pick on this guy, but, if you land right on a sprinkler head or something, that seems fair to get a drop. But
yeah.
just because you're close or... That was part of the result of your previous shot, was it not?
Yeah, you get to move it like a club length or within a club length.
Sounds like he really got a huge advantage here, and maybe people are kind of just jealous that he got that, and they could have got the same thing. But the only way they could have got the same thing is to hit a bad shot like he apparently did.
Yeah.
So it doesn't. I don't know why golf is rewarding somebody for doing something not as well as the next guy.
I get
That
it.
seems
Everybody
weird.
could have used this rule, though. Everybody in the field could have done the same exact thing and would have done the
But
same
you can
exact
only
thing.
use it if you're within close proximity of a sprinkler head, which you're probably not going to be if you're in the fairway.
No, what I'm saying is if they were in his situation, they're doing the same exact thing as he did, and they're going to move it, and they're going to take the liberty of the rule.
Yeah, well, then take that rule out. Hit it where it lies. And you know what? When it's right up against the fence and you got to hit it left-handed, you got to hit it left-handed, don't you? You don't just get to move it out because you're up against the wall or, the
Depends.
stands or something.
If it's marked as a certain area. But
Well,
yeah, for the most part, you have to hit it.
Golf has so many, really,
Okay.
they do
All right.
have dumb rules.
All right.
And I like golf now.
It's not dumb.
Number 3.
It's dumb.
The Los Angeles Dungers.
Listen to you
Dungers,
protecting it.
I just called them Dungers.
Listening to you protect golf like you invented the sport.
Well, me and the I can't remember, old Tom Morris rolling the fairways
laid out
together.
the first rules.
Yes. The Los Angeles, not Dungers, the Dodgers have received very little good news regarding their pitching staff in recent weeks, including Dustin May out for the year with a torn esophagus, which sounds fake, but also sounds like one of the most horrific things I've ever heard. A torn esophagus? How do you breathe? How do you eat? How do you sleep? I don't have any answers to those questions, but it terrifies me. But their 3-time NL Cy Young Award winner could rejoin the starting rotation soon. Clayton Kershaw pitched 3 scoreless innings in a rehab start for AAA Oklahoma City on Saturday night. He allowed no hits, issued 1 walk while throwing 38 pitches, 23 of those were strikes. I guess I'm up first. Is Clayton Kershaw going to change the fortunes of the Dodgers pitching staff? No, I don't think so. I don't know what Clayton Kershaw has left, honestly. I don't know that he has much left. I think we're obviously in the twilight of his career. Don't think that he's going to come back and be like some Cy Young Award winner in the second half and help the Dodgers into a World Series or anything. I think he'll be good, but I don't think he's going to change the fortunes.
How about last year, Kershaw 13-5, 2.46? That doesn't sound a whole lot like twilight to me. I mean, didn't sound like Cy Young.
He won the Cy Young.
He won the Cy Young Award in 11, 13, and 14. So that's 10 years ago.
Yeah.
But here we are 10 years later. He's going 13-5, 2.46. That's really good. Really good. So I think he's going to help, especially with what they have right now. They're trotting out no names at the moment. So he's going to help them quite a bit. I mean, I don't know if you're going to, say he's going to win the World Series because of Kershaw. Probably not. Kershaw never seems to pitch well in the playoffs.
Never
I hate
does.
to say this.
No.
It's not true that he never does. He's 13-13. So he's had his moments.
He was middle of the pack.
But, yeah, he's been middle of the pack.
I mean, it has been a key thing throughout his career, for sure.
It has. It's been something they have criticized him for often.
Number 2.
All right, this is a sad story, but Minnesota Vikings wide receiver Jordan Addison was arrested Friday near LAX on suspicion of driving under the influence, the CHP said Sunday night. According to a police report reviewed by ESPN, a West Los Angeles officer found a white Rolls-Royce blocking a lane of the I-105 westbound to Sepulveda Boulevard northbound. You bored over there?
Yeah, a little bit. I hate to tell you.
The driver...
Are you bored over there?
The driver...
And I'm like, yeah, kind of.
The driver, later identified as Addison, was asleep behind the wheel, according to a report. A DUI investigation led to Addison's arrest at 11:36 p.m. Pacific. He was released from custody Saturday at 1:36 a.m. Number one, I've been in trouble before with the law. Never been released in 2 hours before, so I don't know.
You
what's
never
happening.
posted like a $8.5 million check.
You can
either,
post
or whatever
it. No,
he can
no,
post.
there is no. The bail, I'm sure, was not that high. He's being held on a pretty unfortunately common charge.
Yeah.
Anyway, what's up with the Vikings? We had a player a couple weeks ago die, not because they were drinking and driving, but someone else was drinking and driving.
I can't compare these two. I mean, Addison's, you got to watch what you're doing and be careful and, not drink and drive. I don't know how simple it is other than to say that. But the last, I shouldn't poke fun of it. But you know what? It's been kind of a tough day, so I'm going to poke fun of it. The last sports-related figure I think that they found asleep in his car was Tony La Russa. Put him in the Hall of Fame for it. So I don't think anything ever happened to Tony La Russa on that one.
And was that in Arizona too or something?
I forgot exactly all that, but where's Arizona or some? Yeah,
Arizona has very strict drinking and driving laws
Tony.
too.
I just had to get a
No,
shot
I gotta
into
say,
Tony La Russa
I gotta
for
say,
that.
come on, Jordan Addison, where's your brain, dude?
Yeah,
like,
it's bad.
You're driving. You're driving a Rolls Royce. B, you were just found asleep on the freeway. Like if I'm my former teammate, now head coach of the Vikings, Kevin O'Connell, I'm having some serious talks with my team, saying if you guys get caught doing this, you're not going to be around much longer.
Yeah, well, that'll be the day that a guy actually gets jettisoned from a team for that kind of behavior.
That's true. It's so funny how all of us in our lives get jettisoned from our jobs, but an athlete does something like this and they get they double down on how much they love him.
Or if you're Tony La Russa, you go right into Cooperstown.
Tony La Russa. All right.
Hey, Tony.
We got one more question for the Big Five, and it's a very... Are
Tony!
you calling him like he's a horse?
Trying to wake him up.
All right. More Big Five next.
Hey, welcome into the happy hour. We're happy because it's the last hour, especially today. Normally, we're happy. We'd be more than happy to stay on all night. And Skraby's going to attempt to actually do that. He's doing a Skraby Chronicles program following this one at 6 o'clock tonight, even though there's absolutely bubkas going on in the world of sports today. I think the highlight story for me today was this Terrell Davis story.
That was the highlight for you.
That's pretty much.
Not the story I just got on my phone from MLB.
What is? Yeah, why don't you share that bit of heartbreaking news?
Push notification with the subject line: "The mustache is so in," and the description: "Paul Skeens has brought the mustache back to prominence."
Paul
He didn't invent the mustache, everyone. I don't know if they know.
He invented the mustache.
I don't know if they know, but he did not invent the mustache.
They're trying to get us to think he did.
Well, guess what's on, Chris?
What's that?
Guess what's on right now?
I know. Home Run Derby's getting underway shortly. If you absolutely positively have to know what's going on in this highly thrilling event, we'll probably pass along some tidbits to you here over the next hour. But, the Home Run Derby doesn't do it for me. Skraby's pretty excited about it. So he'll probably be oohing and ahhing in the background as we go along here in the final hour of the program.
In fact, that's how my show's going to go. Ooh.
I told you. Fireworks. That's it. Think fireworks.
I just
Home Run
walked right
Derby.
into that.
By the way, Padres All-Star game, I'm just disappointed. I'm really disappointed. I'm ticked off.
Why?
As a matter of fact.
Why?
Well, first of all, I'm disappointed. Fernando obviously can't play. And we don't know when Fernando's coming back, which is disappointing.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, Luis Ariz had to jump out of the All-Star game. And I think that makes one wonder. Makes me wonder, anyway, just how hurt Luis Ariz has been the last month and a half.
I think you can tell by the
has
stats.
not been hitting like Luis Ariz.
Yep.
Just not even close. So,
I think that definitely tells you about what's going on with his thumb, because he seems like the type of guy who would love to play in the All-Star game.
Luis Ariz is down to 315 on the season. He hasn't walked in 40-something games. I mean, what? I mean, that's almost impossible.
That does seem
to
like a
do.
lot. That does seem like a lot.
But I'm gonna look him up, because that stat sounds so impossible to be true that I have to look it up. But we just know, and look, we only know Luis Ariz this season. We didn't. He was with the Twins. He was with the Marlins doing his thing, but just the eye test on Luis Ariz, that's not true. He hasn't walked. What was the stat I saw that he hadn't walked in 40-something games? It's not true. He hasn't walked this month.
I was going to say, if he hadn't walked in 40 games.
Yeah, that'd be way back. No, he hasn't walked this month. He's got 2 RBIs this month. It's been a rough go for him.
I do think his thumb is way more injured than we're giving him credit for.
He did go 3 for 4 in the ball game on Saturday night, and then did not play yesterday. But he goes, he's not going to play. So that's disappointing, and, I'm concerned about Ariz coming back. But the thing that has me upset, Chris isn't happy.
Uh-oh.
Jurickson Profar's batting 9th. I take that as an affront to the kind of season that he's having.
I told you. They need someone who could hit at the bottom of the lineup,
Stupid.
Chris.
They don't, and that's not. Look, you reward guys that are doing a great job by giving them a decent spot in the lineup. The only reason he's batting 9th is because there isn't a 10th, and that's just making me angry. You're making it seem to me like Jurickson Profar is only on the All-Star team kind of as an afterthought.
I don't think
And he's not on the All-Star team as an afterthought this year. He's on there as a legit contender. If it wasn't for Ohtani, he's a legit contender even for MVP of the whole league. I think that was a slap in the face by our guy, Torey Lovello.
I'm going to play Tony Gwynn Jr. here.
Go ahead.
Come on, Chris.
No.
Come on, Chris.
No.
Come on, Chris. No, he says.
Don't even come up to me next time Arizona's in town and tell me, hey, I chummed up to our pal Torey Lavello. He's coming on the show. I'm going to tell him to take his St. John's High School hospital born in Santa Monica right back to Arizona with him.
If you
I'm
guys
not
weren't
happy
here with
with
us
him right
4
now.
years ago, Chris, and this is a great story, Chris randomly asked Torey Lavello on the air if he was born in the same hospital as Chris, and Torey was like, I don't know. But then Chris gave him the hospital. He said, yeah, I was actually born in that hospital, so they're hospital mates.
He was born in Santa Monica as I was, and I asked him if he was born in St. John's Hospital, and he said yes, but why are you asking?
I have an interesting thing over here.
Don't go away from this subject.
I'm trying to get away from this subject.
Batting ninth is a slap in the face of Jurickson Profar. Sorry, I'm taking it that way, and I'm going to bet you. If I can get some truth serum into Jurickson Profar between now and the next Arizona series, he's going to use that to motivate himself a little bit. I don't think he likes it.
How long
batting
did
ninth.
the position player stay in the game?
It
He's
doesn't-
going to get an at-bat, right?
Oh, if he doesn't get an at bat, then Torey Lavello is going to be
wrong.
under terrible fire.
That would be wrong.
No, he'll get an at bat.
Because I know that
Starters play at least 3-4 innings. The outfield, it just depends how many backups there are. They try to get everybody in.
Someone's asking on the chat, is he the lowest paid player on the All-Star team?
He's
Probably.
got to be.
$1 million?
Yeah, I bet you he is. Maybe they did the batting order by pay structure. I don't know. But
So he goes to the bottom because he's least paid.
right, you're the least significant when it comes to pay. So we going to put you last.
I don't find this as offensive as you do.
I do. The worst hitter bats last.
That's not true.
Yes, it's totally true. Are you kidding me?
Are we talking about just All-Star game in general or
in
all
any
of baseball?
game?
No.
In any game. Yes, that's why you bat ninth when we play softball, Skraby, because you're the worst hitter.
So much to unpack on that comment. But number one, I don't bat ninth. I bat like 13th. And
That's
number
right.
two, I'm not the worst hitter on the team. I'm the worst fielder on the team.
The worst hitter on the team bats ninth. Why are you arguing that fact?
Because it's the
Where do you
All-Star
think
game,
he-
and
where
there's
do you
a
think
lot
the
of
worst
great
hitter
hitters.
bats?
Okay, all right. Let's go through we're gonna have to do this now. I'm gonna have to go look at all
Why
the
do you
different.
think? Why do you think Bryce Johnson batted ninth every game he was with the Padres? Because he was the best hitter on the team? No. This is an easy one, Skraby. Don't go argue something you have no chance of arguing.
I have backed myself into a corner, but I'm happy to do it. I am. I'm looking at some of the...
Every once in a blue moon, they'll bat a speedy guy ninth and say that they're kind of giving themselves a second leadoff guy. But that's not Jurickson Profar. He should not be batting ninth.
All right, Ketel Marte. Should he be batting ahead of Ketel Marte?
Yes.
Should he be batting ahead of Ohtani?
No, he doesn't have to.
Should he be batting ahead of Trey Turner?
I'll give you that one.
Bryce Harper?
No.
William Contreras?
Please.
Christian Yelich?
Who the hell is William Contreras? You
Here.
don't even know you don't even know who he is.
Well,
you
I
don't know
get
what
the two
team he's on because
confused.
you
He plays for the Brewers. I know
His
that.
brother could show up in the game tomorrow, and you
I
wouldn't
would
know
have
the
no
difference.
idea. No idea. They both play in an NL team, so why not?
Who's having a better year, Profar or Yelich? Easily Profar. Go ahead.
I haven't looked at Yelich in a long time.
Yelich is doing fine, but not
Well,
Profar.
okay, hold on. Christian Yelich is hitting .326 with a .933 OPS, 11 home runs, 21 stolen bases, 41 RBIs. I think that's pretty good. If there is an argument, even though Alec Boehm has been hitting really well this year, I think Profar could go 7th and Alec Boehm go 9th. Could
Who's
you
eighth?
accept that?
Who's eighth?
Teoscar Hernandez.
I don't know. I just don't like. I think he's being disrespected.
But you didn't have a better spot for him in the lineup.
That's all I'm saying.
You didn't have a better spot for him
Oh
in the
yeah,
lineup.
I did first. Ketel Marte can bat ninth,
Okay.
where he belongs.
All right, I'm going to move off this subject real quick and go to our last topic for
Don't get me started,
Big
by the
Five.
way, if Jackson Merrill only gets like one inning and no at bats.
I will get,
And also don't get me started if Robert Suarez doesn't get to pitch in the game.
I will be with you on that because it was a
If
couple
those
years
two
ago.
things happen, along with Profar being dissed, you're going to get some serious complaining.
A couple of years ago, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, Kirby Yates got an all-star selection, but he never got to pitch in the game, which was a bummer.
Well, first of all, in defense of the manager there on the pitching, you can't get all those pitchers in. There's 19 pitchers on the roster. There's only 9 innings in the game. So I get that, but I won't like it if it comes on top of the fact that you already stuck Profar in the 9 spot.
I'm going to go back to my first topic in the Big Five to kind of reset us real quick because we are stuck on the Jerks and Profars being disrespected.
Does anybody agree with me? Nobody?
No one's saying anything.
Huh?
No one's saying anything.
I'm not eliciting any response?
All I know is that people are like, what in the world is happening with this national anthem? But here we go. If you agree with Chris and Profar is being disrespected, please, if you're in the chat, let us know. Let us know. Go search YouTube or search 97.3 The
Ladies
Fan
and gentlemen,
on YouTube.
batting ninth from your San Diego Padres, easily the worst player on the All-Star team this year, Jerks and Profar.
Profar.
How does that make you sound and feel? Not very good.
Uh-oh. Man, everybody hates that national anthem. I'm going to have to go listen to that a little bit later.
I'm not going to listen to it if it's that bad.
Chat, was it worse than Fergie a few years ago at the NBA game? The NBA All-Star game? That was
Who
pretty...
sang tonight?
I'm not sure.
Who wasn't? They were
All
poor,
right.
though.
I was reading a very important article detailing how many people, Chris, are windows closed people on the plane. And the articles did an informal poll on this.
Wait a minute.
Windows closed. Like if you're a window seat.
Not windows closed. Shutters closed.
Sure, shutters closed.
Everybody's windows are closed.
Shutters
Correct me
closed.
if I'm wrong.
I
You don't have that
you.
option.
I can't stand you right now.
You don't have that option.
You know exactly what I meant.
I did, but you didn't say that.
Unless you're flying on a Boeing plane, windows can be open sometimes.
Right.
The article did an informal poll on this, and they said that more people would keep their window shade down the whole flight rather than having it up for any period of time during the flight. Personally, I am a window shade up guy until we take off, and I look at the land around, and then when we start flying, window shade goes down, and then when we get close to landing, window shade goes up. Maybe during the flight, peek outside a few times. That's about it. But what do you think, Chris?
First of all,
what kind of person are you here?
What kind of person am I? First of all, I'm a person that sits in the aisle at all costs.
Yes, I am
all right?
too.
So I want to be in the aisle. There's only one reason I want to be in the aisle. Do you know what it is?
Because you have to go to the bathroom a lot?
Yes, and I'm too... I get too nervous about asking the people in my row to get up more than once. And like on a 4.5 hour flight, maybe I might have to go a second time.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times will just be really uncomfortable because I don't want to ask. So I'd rather be on the aisle. But if I happen to be on the window, it's open for sure.
It's open. Whoa.
Yeah.
It's open the whole way?
Yes,
what if people
I
want to
like
sleep?
the fresh air. I like
There's no fresh air on a plane. Remember, the thing is closed.
But I like just the feel that, it's kind of an open thing. I like the window open. Now, at night, it's not as important because there's nothing to see.
Yeah, there's nothing to see.
And you're talking about sleeping, but I like it open. I like the fresh air effect of that. Even though you're right, there's no fresh air, actually.
Yes, fresh air not on a plane. It goes through lots of
I also am one of
filtering.
those person, when I'm on the window that for like the last 40 minutes of the flight as you're coming into a city, I just get like staring out the window at every passing thing that's there.
I do too.
Yeah.
I do too. I'm really into that.
Stare at that for like the whole way till you land in there.
Yeah, no, I get that.
I like the window open. Did you said more people close their window?
Yeah, some people are agreeing.
Are they
with
afraid, or is it what?
Someone said, "Don't sit by the window." To me, yes, window open. Wear an eye mask.
Yeah.
Why do I have to wear an eye mask? It's
Well,
my
why
window.
do I have to close the window for you?
It's my window.
It's your window. You can close it, but I'm saying if it's not your window and it's my window, then wear an eye mask because I'm keeping mine open.
All right, I'm gonna look for this.
I like light. I like let there be light.
Oh my gosh, Chris! I gotta find this national anthem. Here are 4 tweets I just randomly saw. This anthem is awful. Thoughts and prayers to her.
Oh my goodness.
Woods said legit asking if this is a joke.
Who did?
Woods.
Woods said, with the gal singing the anthem?
Was it a joke? And then someone, a Cespedes Barbecue, was that anthem a bit? I gotta go find this.
Who sang it?
I don't know.
Why doesn't anybody know who sang it?
I'm not sure. I'm gonna go find this during the break, though. We got to now.
All I could find online is that last year was some guy from American Idol who sang the national anthem.
Good for him.
That's not who sang it tonight.
No.
All right. We'll get to the bottom of that. After traffic, there's a lot more Gwynn and Chris and a lot more witty repertoire, just like you heard.
What?
I don't know.
From the 97th
Okay, I can't do anymore, Chris. I can't.
Coming up next on the program, Skraby is going to rake his nails across the chalkboard. Welcome back to Gwynn and Chris. That was the young lady tonight at the Home Run Derby who is drawing a lot of attention for her national anthem performance.
Do you think she suffered the same problem that Rob Manfred did?
Oh, no kidding. She's in the same building.
Stadium.
I wonder. Same building.
Same building.
Remember Rob Manfred's interview with Corey Seager, the one that we make fun of endlessly?
Yes.
Took place ultimately because there is a huge delay in the PA system at Globe Life Field. So when you speak into the microphone, you don't hear it for another couple of seconds. And if you've ever tried to do that, who would actually be in a position in a stadium to try it? But I am one of those people. I have tried it. I was at the old San Diego Stadium, and I was doing a PA for a San Diego State baseball game. And so, and they had this delay like that, and it really is tough.
You thrilled our fans throughout the postseason with a great performance.
That's a drunk person.
It is not. It is somebody who's waiting for his voice to catch up to him. So this young lady sings this tonight, and you heard a piece of it there. It was not great. I must say.
Alec Boehm is out to a big old lead. 7 home runs so far.
Thank you, Skraby.
Kathy would like to know, which one was worse, that one or Roseanne?
Oh, Roseanne will be the all-time just because of how she embarrassed the entire idea of the national anthem. Sorry.
Was that was here in San Diego, right?
Of course it was. It was one of the how shall we say, when Tom Werner, the Hollywood producer, was part owner of the Padres, he brought down the likes of a Roseanne Barr to try to drum up interest in the Padres through the celebrity angle.
Well, it did not work. I was going to say, it did not work.
Yeah. I mean, this young lady tonight who was what did you had her name, which didn't mean much to me.
Where
but
did it go?
She was a 4-time...
it's Ingrid Andress, a 4-time Grammy-nominated country singer.
Yeah. I've got to be honest with you, Skraby. I'm surprised that somebody who got nominated for 4 Grammys would be that far off key.
I would think so, too.
Unless there was some sort of problem with the PA system and the delay. Because, I mean, that was really not good.
No, it was not.
I mean, we know just from when Tony's at Petco Park, whoever's singing the national anthem the night of the game at Petco Park sings the national anthem at like 2 p.m.
Yeah, they do every day.
Every day. They don't just let anyone, even if you're somebody that knows what they're doing, right?
Yeah.
You still have to show that you know what you're doing before they'll let you sing before a game. And I can't believe that at the All-Star game or the Home Run Derby, they just didn't check this young lady out.
Pete is saying on the chat that the PA sounded bad when they were introducing the players too. If I'm the people that own the Texas Stadium, I'm gonna get that fixed.
It's time to get that fixed.
I mean, you're embarrassing everybody who does
everybody
something over
who
the
comes
PA.
near that PA system.
Alec Boehm, off to a great start, Chris.
What'd he do?
19 home runs.
All right.
That's a lot.
Is it?
That is. In the new format that they have with only like 41 swings, 19 out of 41 is pretty good.
So, and he's the longest shot on the board to win it.
He is.
All right. Good for Alec Boehm.
This round is different because they're now going to reseed. So he might be the number 1 seed going into the next round because they reseed them for the next round. Then they have to all face each other according to what they hit in the first round.
You're trying to explain something to me that doesn't matter to me. Once again,
I hate some. I almost said I hate you, but I didn't want to say
you hate me because I hate the Home Run Derby. It doesn't have anything to do with you.
But why can't you just play into it for one night a year?
I'm watching. It's on.
Okay,
it's right here. I'm looking up.
Fair enough.
Alec Boehm is still swinging. He's not even done.
Oh, because he got bonus rounds. So now he's got 20 home runs.
Yeah, he's been swinging for a while. So
if you were a hitter, where would you like your pitch?
Wait a minute. Is that Jorge De Los Santos pitching to him?
You mean Eniel De La Cruz?
Eniel De La. Yeah, that's what I meant. No, De Los Santos.
Or Eniel De Los Santos. Yeah, duh.
Yeah, I think that was Eniel De Los Santos.
He's like sitting at home right now
No,
listening.
he's not. Poor Eniel, man. He's given up a lot of home runs this year, though.
He has. And you know what I said on the Skraby Show last week that maybe you will agree with a little bit? The reason that Eniel De Los Santos is on the team is because they had to shed so much payroll, meaning they had to get rid of Scott Barlow and his $15 million salary, $10 to $15 million salary. They're paying him like $1 million, $1.8 million or something like that.
Wow.
So you're
getting $1.8 million worth of relief.
There
from
you
him.
go. That's what my point was.
That's
what my point was.
Who is Jim Barnes? Skraby?
Ooh, I don't know.
How about Bobby Locke?
Don't know. Oh, are these guys being drafted by Major League Baseball?
No.
Oh.
Kerry Middlecoff. Still no?
No.
Wow.
Keep going.
You thought you were a genius when it came to the sport of golf. Those are 3 golfers who made this particular list I'm looking at top 25 golfers of all time in the history of the sport. I'm surprised you haven't heard of Kerry Middlecoff.
I've never heard of Kerry Middlecoff.
Yeah.
When did they play in the 1800s? Because that's a little.
No, Middlecoff certainly did not. I don't know. I don't want to. I don't have all day to go through this. Number 5 on the list is Walter Hagen.
I've heard him.
Number 4, Bobby Jones.
Heard of him.
Number 3,
Tiger.
Greatest golfer of all time. Number 3,
Tiger.
No.
Rory.
Number 3,
Nicholas.
No.
Or Palmer.
No.
My gosh. Phil Mickelson.
Ben Hogan.
Oh.
Number 2, greatest golfer ever.
Tiger.
Yep.
They're gonna put Jack Nicklaus at number 1.
They are.
And he won more majors, so I can't argue it.
Yeah. All right. We'll take a break. Come back. Kirk Kenny catching us up on the off-season doings of San Diego State's football team. Information you must have when we come back to Gwynn and Chris.
Ben and
Chris Ella from my friends at Spiro's. All right, the home run derby rages on in all of its glory.
Edge of my seat right now.
I know. Can barely keep you contained. Alec Boehm hit 21 homers. Bobby Wood Jr.'s on 16 and counting. So
he turned it on in that second half of the.
They're the first two contestants.
Some of these are just
wow.
rockets. Okay, I don't take away my shine.
Ooh.
Don't take away my shine.
Bobby Wood Jr. almost hit one out the opposite field, which would have been kind of weird. Don't see too many guys do that.
Yeah, you don't see that at all.
All right, home run derby continues. Chris Ella, Matt Skraby together in the Odyssey Palace studios today on a day when, Tony, we only wish you were here. You could have helped save us. And maybe you could have talked me out of the fact that I'm ticked off that Jerks and Profire's batting ninth.
I'm going to text Tony
in the
right
All-Star game tomorrow.
I'm going to text Tony right now.
Are you? Going to tell him that Chris is like on a rampage about Jerks and Profire batting ninth?
You know, I don't want to text him and then forget all about it and then him text us back later and be like, I don't care about it anymore. But
yeah, he'd have to respond immediately. Well, look, by the time he gets asked about it, it's going to be old news.
It will be old news.
You know,
right.
you're going to be mad about this for now.
Tony, we needed you just to sit here and hum and haw with us all day.
That's
like
what we've been doing. Craig Elston, by the way, was nice enough to text me the fact that, remember we said the Padres had all those 4-game losing streaks this year?
Yes, he texted me too.
Right.
Good stuff.
Padres have had 4 losing streaks of 5 games or more. The only other teams that can make that claim are the White Sox, the Rockies, and the Marlins, the 3 worst teams in baseball.
You don't want to be grouped with them.
Along with the Rangers.
Oh,
those
are
the
you
ones.
have one team that's
so you're
decent.
grouped with the Rangers. That's the only saving grace on that one you have. All right, Scrabe, what do we got?
Well,
Chronicles are at the top of the hour.
Yes.
Bobby Witt Jr. still up. What, does he just get to stay up all night?
No, he had bonus balls.
My goodness.
He hit 20, though.
All right, let's move on. Let's go. Next guy. Come on.
They need to let
How much
it
time
breathe
are
a
they
bit.
take?
I mean, they got to fill almost 2 or 3 hours on
they
TV.
fill it all right. This thing lasts all into the night.
It does last pretty long, I got to
Please.
say. If there was another All-Star game here in San Diego, I would be there for the home run derby. You know you would be there, too.
I would not.
You're not going to go to
like it.
I don't get it.
I don't like
get
the
hatred.
home run derby.
You know what? You can even play the home run derby in the video game, and it's really fun.
That sounds more fun. That sounds kind
Playing
of
the
cool.
home run derby in the video game.
Yes, I'm actually getting to swing the imaginary bat.
You know what? Chris has been asking me for weeks now to bring in my PS5 so we can play some
I hate to tell you,
video
I think
games.
this would be the week to bring it in.
I think this is the week to bring it in, to be honest.
Let me take some cracks at it.
I may bring it in. Who knows? Should I bring in Lucky again?
Lucky the dog.
Lucky the dog.
Made a nice appearance last week. Better than Kylie the dog's appearance.
Lucky.
Kylie was barking and making a general nuisance
What
of
did your
herself.
wife Lori say about her appearance?
She loved the picture I sent.
Oh.
That I sent to you.
Oh, I should send that out to everyone.
Yeah, the 2 dogs looking out the window. That was actually very cute.
Yes, it was cute.
She did not like the fact that I didn't think Kylie's appearance went well. Lori didn't like that fact.
I mean, it's not
She
that big
thought
of a
her
deal,
appearance
Chris.
should have gone well, and I said it just didn't. It wasn't, anyone's fault. It didn't go well.
I think she was just kind of confused.
Yeah, she was a little bit
I don't
agitated.
think it's okay. Well, you know what? It was fun.
Yeah, we did all right.
I'm gonna go and tweet that picture real quick.
Oh yeah, tweet this picture. It's very good. Of
you
the
can
two
go
dogs
to
looking out the window.
At Matt Skraby, MATTSKRAB.
You can see both of our dogs.
I said, here are the mascots of Gwynn and Chris,
There
Lucky
you
and
go.
Kylie.
Enjoy that.
Yes.
Also, enjoy after a check of traffic our visit with the one and only Kirk Kenny.
The Fan Traffic Center. Here's Kelly Danick.
We are seeing some improvements on the roads. Looks like a crash has cleared on southbound 5 near SeaWorld Drive. And heading up the coastline, northbound 5 just past Cannon. Tow trucks on scene of a collision. You have still got the 2 right lanes blocked. Stalled vehicle blocking the middle lane on eastbound 78 just before Barham. Northbound side of the 15 clearing an accident right before Auto Parkway. It's over to the right shoulder. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Kirk Kenny from the San Diego Union Tribune joins us. Kirk, have you heard anything other than people around this program saying that they are really excited? Is there anybody worried at all? I mean, it really seems like, Sean Lewis has been a home run from day one.
I think everybody's excited. In fact, I saw him this morning. He went out and took a surfing lesson, so it was a lot of fun seeing him try and get up on the board. And just the way I've really enjoyed watching how much he's embraced being here. He's always got a smile on his face. He's always positive. He's always excited.
Well, and that's the way to certainly remain, I guess, until the season starts. Let's just finish up a look at last season. I mean, I had to go through this again. I was reminded of that Nevada game.
Why?
Well,
I don't know why, Kirk.
The reason is I wanted to see, was it really as bad as everybody seems to think it was? And, I think the low point obviously was that 6-0 game that they lost to Nevada. They had some close losses in there. Utah State, Colorado State were, close games. Boise State, I thought they were going to win that game, and they ended up losing by 3. So with a couple of bounces of the ball, it could have been a little better than 4-8, but people don't seem to remember that. They seem to remember it being a real drag on the excitement level of Aztec football.
It's funny. The 2 years before that, when they went 12-2, it's like they got every bounce. And then last season, they didn't get any bounce.
Yeah.
And so that's what gets you to 4-8. But, you mentioned the Nevada loss. That's a really bad loss. And it's one thing not to have, a 9 or 10 win season, but when you have a game where you don't even score and the other games where your fans just are not entertained, that's a problem.
Yeah. No, that seemed to be the big issue last year. And so, that's why. Let's go back now to the hiring of Sean Lewis. Now that we've had a little time to kind of think about it, what do you think it was about Sean Lewis that drew J.D. Wicker and San Diego State to him ultimately?
Offense.
That's a good thing to have in your back pocket.
All right,
Yeah,
Kirk, we employ you on this show as a guest to have longer than one-word answers.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Skraby, what's the next question for this guy?
Well, so, all the stuff he brought, from people watching him at a little bit at Colorado, before that at Kent State, he, offense. And what's neat is they call it Aztec fast. And for some reason, everybody thinks passing. But they had a balanced year at Kent State a couple years back where they ran it as much as they threw it. But I think they just did things to find out what the defense was giving them, and they moved the ball around, and they got it up the field, and they scored touchdowns. And that's what a lot of the San Diego State fans are thirsting for again.
Yeah, Kirk, we've talked about it the last few years, and it's been said to us that the offense is going to be more exciting. The offense is going to be more explosive. The offense is going to score points, and then we haven't really seen that. But it does seem like Sean Lewis is completely tearing down the offense and rebuilding it. Is there, in college football, any sort of, gelling period that we need to be aware of? Or have they been working on this so long they should have the offense down already?
Well, it's funny you bring that up because, and something I need to address early on in preseason camp is, they came here and talking ethic fast and generating excitement. And I said, how long does it really take for that offense to click? And a couple people have told me it takes about 4 or 5 games into the second season. And so they really have to kind of thread the needle between, yeah. Well, yeah, they have to kind of thread the needle between generating excitement, but also kind of tamping down expectations. And so it'll be interesting to see how that kind of falls into place.
Yeah, I mean, look, Texas A&M Commerce, the first game, that's one. But I mean, it gets pretty interesting pretty quickly, right? I mean, Oregon State is legit. Cal, they're in the ACC, so they're in the ACC. That just drives me crazy. Central Michigan, okay, but you got Washington State on this schedule. You're at Wyoming. You're at Boise this year. It is fair.
At UNLV.
Right, at UNLV, and they're coming off their best season in years and years.
Mm-hmm.
So, it is fair to not really maybe expect them to have a ton of wins in the first season. So, you're right. That's going to be interesting how they kind of bring everybody along and keep people happy. Because, losing 42-40 is fun the first 2 or 3 times, but after a while, even that gets old. Just ask Tom Kraft and people like that back in the day.
Although I think they were to the point where some people in the building were like, you know what, if we lost 48-45, I think the fans would still be happy because they saw the ball thrown all over the place, and it wasn't as much about, because the Aztecs had 12 straight winning seasons, which was a school record, and people kind of became complacent, and they started complaining about the bowl games they're going to. Not, before that, they probably went 25 years and went to 2 or 3 bowl games. So just getting to a bowl game was a big deal. But then, like anything, people get accustomed to something and they want more.
Kirk Kenny is with us. Kirk, I'm looking at the first depth chart that came out for San Diego State football, and I know this is always subject to change between now and 6 weeks. It lists A.J. Duffy, the sophomore redshirt transfer, as the number 1 quarterback. Danny O'Neal, the prized freshman recruit, as the number 2.
Well, wait a sec. If you look to the right on the depth chart, it says "or," capital letters.
Ah.
So right now, it's still a battle.
Still very much
guys.
up for grabs then between those 2 guys. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So that's an "or."
That's an "or."
All right.
So you got to keep those "ors" in mind. In running back, it's Keenan Christian or Marquez Cooper.
And he's another transfer. Cooper is.
Yeah, and he's an interesting one. He had been with Sean Lewis at Kent State for 3 years, and he comes in as the active career rushing leader. So he'll be interesting to watch.
He's a former Golden Flash.
Mm-hmm.
Stop showing off your big brain over there.
Overall, they have 7 newcomers expected to start on offense out of 11. I think it's fair that we mention that to kind of back up what you were saying, that you're going to have to give these guys a little bit of time, right, before they start whipping people 51-7.
Well, it's crazy between with the portal the last couple of years and then the coaching change. So they started spring practice on March 12th. Between then and now, they had 30 guys leave the program, and they had through the portal they had like a dozen come back, and so there's just so much transition on the 2 deep. They have, I think, 24 guys who were not on the team last year, and 9 guys who were not on the team in the spring. So
not even in the spring. Wow.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, it's just crazy. But that's how it is around college football now, I think.
Well, we had Dale-Sean Staley in here last week talking to us, and I asked them about the transfer portal and whether or not they think it's kind of crazy or if they like it. And he brought up a different opinion that I'd never really heard before, and he said he had to go to Northern Iowa because he wasn't recruited as heavily as he wanted, but then he felt like he was a better player than what the program of Northern Iowa would help him get to the NFL, so he went to San Diego State. Is that something you think is going to help the Aztecs? A lot of these guys that are coming that already have college experience. I mean, seems like these guys are ready to go now and play now.
Yeah, I would hope so. The biggest thing I've been kind of keeping my eye on is I believe they lost 9 starters to Power 5 teams this past year, and they brought in guys who show some promise, but maybe like they got a tight end, Jude Wolf from USC, who'd had a lot of injury issues there, but now he's healthy and he could really produce. A couple other guys maybe are from smaller schools who were producing there and want a bigger stage, and so that's what they've got. So, those are the kind of guys they're going to have to find. They're not going to get guys from Power Fives who put up 1,000 yards rushing. They're going to stay at that level. What I'm getting at is, are they going to be a feeder school like a lot of the group of fives now, or is there going to be some way where they can hang on to guys?
So you're almost saying that San Diego State could act in a way for some players like Northern Iowa acted for Dale Sean Staley.
Right. I think it's exactly. Last week at the Mountain West meetings, they called the Mountain West a pipeline conference, and a lot of the conferences.
It's kind of offensive.
It is a bit offensive, but I mean, it's
way,
not
but
untrue.
At the same time,
it's not
But
untrue.
shouldn't you kind of acknowledge you are who you are and be able to acknowledge that and find out how to best take advantage of that?
Boise State was picked to win this thing for the umpteenth time in a row. We know that doesn't always happen. I mean, look, UNLV won it last year. The Aztecs have won a bunch of times. What is it about Boise State that, makes them the media darling every year, Kirk?
I think they get bonus points for the blue turf.
Yeah, maybe.
That's like the tiebreaker. Well, I think that's 11 straight years they've been picked to win it, and they've won it 4 of those times.
So that's not very good.
But they usually have a pretty good team coming back, and sometimes it's a little bit of usual suspects being picked. And this year was really crazy because of the portal movement. There's so many new players, so I think a lot of people ended up picking based on past performance. And UNLV is going to be really interesting to me. They had their best year in 30 years, but then their quarterback gets poached by Georgia, but before he gets to Georgia, USC outbids for him, so that's where he is.
I love that, outbids.
It's really it's I know the Colorado State coach was upset. I'm sure you saw this, Kirk, that Kansas State, he says, offered $600,000 to his quarterback to leave and go to Kansas State, and I thought, well, what's illegal about that? I mean, you can do whatever college football is there's so much toothpaste all over the sink now that it doesn't seem like there's any rules anywhere on these guys.
Well, the only thing I think he might have been irritated by is that offer came before he was in the portal, not after.
Okay. Well,
and so I could still see some irritation with that, but the best phrase they use, wild, wild west, and that's kind of what it is. It's just where we are has gotten ahead of the rules as far as, the word I always heard him, or phrase that I always heard him using last year was guardrails. And kind of it's just out of control until they kind of think it through a little bit better. But I don't know. I mean, can you make better rules now and bring some control to it? That'll be interesting to see, if and when that happens.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to ask this question, but I'm going to ask this question anyway. But I got it over the weekend, and they were talking about Coach Sean Lewis, and it was kind of sort of the conversation about feeder leagues. And if the Mountain West Conference is a feeder conference, would that apply to the head coach as well? Because this person asked me, aren't we just waiting for this guy to leave? And I said, I honestly don't know, and I hope not. But are we waiting for this guy to leave?
I think it just depends how much he enjoyed surfing today.
I hope he enjoyed it a lot then. Did he stand up, by the way?
He did get up, and I got film of it. So yeah, he had a blast doing that, and those are the kind of things that maybe will help keep somebody. But ultimately, I think a lot of these guys, like almost anybody in life, they want to test themselves against the best, and I can't blame them for maybe wanting to do that.
Well, I think the best way to do that is to go 11-1, win the conference. Maybe if they did it this year, might be a little early, but let's just dream. 11-1, win the conference, get into the college football playoff, and then guess what? You could test yourself against the best right then and there. So
there you go.
That would be the way to do it.
At the top.
Kirk, always a pleasure, and I want to say thank you to Kirk Kenny, by the way, because he guided me around Torrey Pines on my first round there.
Oh yeah,
Kirk,
we haven't talked to you about that. How did Chris play? Did he play as well as he told me?
I had some moments.
He hit the first 4 fairways, I believe.
Wow, that's not easy. On the South Course too. You guys started on what hole?
17.
That's not an easy fairway to hit.
He had kind of a Brian Downing stance there. But he kind of opened up his stance so that he could.
He's playing his slice, is what you're saying.
Playing my slice.
He was aiming well left, and he was putting it right down the middle. I was impressed by that.
I was covering for my slice.
The problem with playing for a slice is that sometimes you just don't slice it. It goes
when you do that, it just
left.
goes 8 miles left. Very good.
But it worked for him. I think it wasn't until late in the round that I think he finally hit one that didn't slice. So, kept it out of the canyon. That was good.
I had a lot of fun. I did not keep it out of the sand traps, though. Kirk knows that. I was on the beach all day long. Kirk always.
Luckily, they gave him some sunscreen, so he was okay.
Okay, good.
Safe.
You and Sean Lewis always on the beach.
There you go. Kirk, thanks for the time as always. Great catching up to you.
Thank you, Kirk.
We'll talk to you as we get a little closer to this season, but thanks for the summer update.
Yep. Talk to you later, guys.
All right, Kirk Kenny. Oh, is that it?
That's it. Wow, he says.
You really want this hour coming up?
Yeah.
You go on it?
I'm ready.
The Skraby Chronicles?
I just reinvigorated myself.
All right. They're coming up next. The world according to Matt Skraby is only he can record it. The Home Run Derby just keeps on rolling, and it's just pretty much the same thing over and over again for like the next 3 hours.
Okay, your time of bashing the Derby is up.
Oh, no, tomorrow I'll come on and I'll bash the results of the Derby.
You can't. It's over.
We're back again tomorrow at 2 o'clock. We can't wait. Thanks for being with us on Gwynn and Chris.